check. 1 2 1 2. Naveed. Okay, done.
Well, welcome to match 2 of the Women's League exhibition matches. Live, of course, here from Pindi Cricket Stadium. The Amazons taking on the Super Women. Very exciting times for women's cricket in Pakistan. We can't wait to get stuck into this blockbuster match between these two sides. Hello. Yes, the teams are arriving, getting ready for their second clash in these women's exhibition matches. All the stars are rolling into the stadium, and we cannot wait to see if the Amazons can bounce back against the Super Women's emphatic win over them in match 1 of these exhibition matches. Plenty to play for here. Nida Dar, she was fantastic in her captaincy for the Super Women. Plenty of superstars on display, and it's great to see so many of the Pakistan women really standing up as well for both of their sides in what was an awesome first match. Hello and welcome to the Pitchside Studio. It's an absolute joy to be here with you all, of course, for that second women's exhibition match. You might notice that I'm wearing a beautiful pink ribbon today, and that is because it is National Breast Cancer Awareness Day that we are celebrating here at the HBL PSL and, of course, the women's exhibition matches. We're wearing pretty pink ribbons. The players will all be donning pink caps as well in solidarity for this really, really worthy cause. And Mark Butcher and Bazir Khan join me as well, looking very pretty with your ribbons as well, gentlemen.
Oh, well, I'd prefer a bigger one, to be honest. Something a little bit more ostentatious, but yeah, wonderful, really good stuff.
We'll get him a bow for his head, don't you think, Baz?
A pink one will suit him.
Butch, we were chatting before, how important are these women's exhibition matches? It's not even just about the cricket, isn't it? It's bringing these international players from all over the world to talk about how incredible their experience will be here in Pakistan.
Yeah, I think for Pakistan as a country, not just in terms of Pakistan cricket and Pakistan women's cricket, the more people that can come here and experience the the wonderful hospitality, to have perhaps their preconceived ideas about Pakistan sort of blown out of the water by being here and enjoying it and seeing what a wonderful country it is, how welcoming the people are, and the more that word then gets around and spreads around the globe, the better. And I think these sorts of tournaments and having the girls come out here and experience it for themselves, most of them coming for the first time, can only be a good thing.
Yeah, we certainly have an absolutely fabulous time. It's my own 4th time in Pakistan, so I can truly say I have a wonderful time here doing these competitions. But Bazir, we've been trying to have these women's leagues for many years now. We've finally got across the line and have these exhibition matches. This is just the gateway, really, isn't it, to bigger things?
Yeah, it's a stepping stone. And you look back at the men's game, you look back at the HBL PSL and what's it done for the men's game. Men's game obviously having a lot more going for it than the women's game, and this is sort of a stepping stone. Hopefully this will then go on to be a league, and franchise cricket for the women is so important. The experience, even these 3 games, such an experience for the players all around to be able to get on the field with experienced players and just have that sense of occasion and play those games.
Yeah, big things here today, and of course, big things we saw at match 1 of the women's exhibition matches. As we take a little look at the match summary. Now, the Amazons, they posted 132 for 9 in the end, but the Super Women, they chased it down, 138 for 2. And if we look at those scores, Laura Woolfart, she was unbeaten on 53 up the top. But Muniba Ali, the local hero from the recent T20 World Cup, she scored a beautiful 33. Danny Wyatt and Tammy Beaumont, they tried their hardest for the Amazons up the top of the order, but it was local Alia Riaz who really top scored there with 38. And Nida Dar, of course, the captain of the Super Women, was beautiful with the ball, 3 for 25 off just 3 overs for her. So let's break down some of those performances a little further. Obviously, Alia Riaz was the top scorer for Amazons in her innings, and after Tammy Beaumont and Danny Wyatt got out, she really was the one that stood up and rescued the innings, Butch.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, there's always a lot of emphasis and chat around the international players, but again, the most important thing is you unearth and see local talent. Alia Riaz played really beautifully in the midst of wickets tumbling all around her, and that's really good. It shows a lot of presence of mind, a lot of character. And that would have done her the world of good to be out there sort of leading the way for the Amazons in the midst of what was a tricky first innings for them.
Yeah, fantastic runs under pressure for her. But as we take a little look at a standout performance from the Super Women, it was captain Nida Dar, 3 for 25, Bazir. She was very, very impressive with the ball.
Yeah, she's been brilliant. She's been brilliant for a long time now in the women's game for Pakistan, and she knows exactly when to increase her pace when bowling and slow it down. So that experience comes to the fore, and obviously these pitches, she's actually varied her pace beautifully according to what the Pindi pitch requires.
Yeah, she was fantastic, wasn't she? Leading from the front with a performance like that. But Muniba Ali, recent hero, of course, the only centurion in the recent T20 World Cup. She made an important 33, Butch.
Yeah, well, she's a wonderful player, isn't she? Very, very silky. You can tell that she's growing in confidence as well. Nice opening partnership between herself and Chamari Atapatu. And she's able to open up both sides of the field. I think in the early days she was more leg side dominant, but now you can see there she opens up the offside, she gets it over extra cover, seems to have a sort of really 360 rounded game. So that's a wonderful thing for her and a wonderful thing for Pakistan cricket too.
Yeah, let's take a little look at the squads because we do have a little bit of movement, particularly in between the super women. Unfortunately, Laura Woolfart has had to leave for other duties, but my gosh, they have a very good replacement in Suna Loose, don't they, Bazit? The Amazons first, I beg your pardon. Bisma Maroof, the captain as well. She's incredibly, so important for the team. And as we take a little look at that squad, some big names in there.
Yeah, and I think they'll want to chase because with the super women, they have a terrific batting lineup. So maybe if they go in and bowl first, then they'll play to their strengths. They've got obviously the likes of Danny Watt to be able to get them off to a start. But Bisma is sort of the glue in the middle order. If she gets going, then obviously the runs keep piling up, and also the fact that she'll back deep into the innings. I think that maybe if they win the toss, they'll want to have a field first.
Yeah, Tess Flintoff as well, flying the flag for Australia. Great to see her getting some international exposure there. As we take a little look at the super women, as I just mentioned before, Laura Woolfart, she's out, but they get a very good replacement in Suna Loose. Butch.
Yeah, it looked a little bit at times like a bit of a mismatch. I mean, it's a very, very strong squad, the super women's. And of course, Suna Loose. I mean, there was a bit of controversy, wasn't there, about her taking over the captaincy from Danae van Niekerk in the World T20. But of course, she got them all the way through to the final. South Africa's first ever in ICC tournaments. But it looks a very strong squad. Leah Tahuhu, I'm always very pleased to see her name down in a team sheet, whether it's playing for New Zealand or playing in these types of competitions, because she does have that rare thing in the women's game, which is a bit of pace. And these surfaces will actually suit that style of bowling, I think. We see a lot of spin, but it's nice to see somebody try to get it down the other end with a bit of heat on it.
Yeah, these women's exhibition matches, they're so incredibly important to the development of the game. I know, having worked across the WBBL back in Australia for so many years now, the second that really found its feet, the quality of the domestic players in the country just lifted, because you're playing against the best internationals in the world, you're getting exposure on the main stage, and you're learning from the greats of the game. Like, Australia's had such a strong playing 11 for such a long time. It's been hard to get in and make an impact, but that's where we're finding these newcomers like Alana King with the ball, and Tess Flintoff, who's made it over here. Like, what do you make of that, Baz? Obviously, this is going to be a great opportunity for these other domestic players we haven't seen a lot of yet.
Yeah, you look at the small things. You look at sharing a dressing room, or even sharing 5 minutes with a top quality player, and what you can get from that, and the experience you can draw. Even just going through the routine towards that game, towards setting yourself up to the game. Just those small things that you can pick off, and it's the opportunity for the women is so little that these games then become so big. And unfortunately, because there's not a franchise league so far in Pakistan, they will not get a better opportunity now. Hopefully this will build towards that, and next time around we'll be talking about maybe a league where a team gets 5-6 games, and that will improve and also make them believe that they're top quality players.
Butch, do you have any memories of when you first started getting to mix with, these big dogs back home in England, and what that did for you in your game?
No, I don't. It was far too long ago. No. But I'll tell you one thing. If we can light a fire under women's cricket in Pakistan and get the PCB to then sort of really invest in getting the structures in place so that more women and girls can have that opportunity to come out and play, then you've got another powerhouse on your hands. Huge population, great enthusiasm for the game. There's always lots of women and girls in the crowds over here. So the enthusiasm's there, the opportunity needs to be there for them to show what they can do.
Yeah, so excited for what this exhibition match 2 does bring for us. It looks like we're almost ready for the toss though, so I believe Sana Mir is standing out in the middle with our 2 captains.
It's a glorious day at Pindi Stadium, and the occasion becomes more special because we are in the second match of the Women Exhibition Games. I've got both the captains with me, Bisma Maroof from Amazon, Nida Dar from Super Women, and to oversee the preceding match referee, Mohammad Anis. Bisma has the coin. Heads is the call. Tails it is. Bisma has won the toss. Bisma, what would you do and why?
We would like to bat first. It looks like a good wicket, so we'd like to put up a total here.
And on this pitch, what do you think is a good total, and what can you improve from the last game?
I think above 150 will be a good total here, and I think we have started well in the last match but lost our momentum in the middle, so we will try to rectify our mistake today.
और बिस्मा आपने पाकिस्तान की भी कप्तानी की बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से की इंटरनेशनल यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं क्या डिफरेंस है उनकी कप्तानी करने में और पाकिस्तान की कप्तानी करने में
काफ़ी इनपुट जो है फॉरेन प्लेयर से मिला और काफ़ी अच्छा नॉलेज है तो उससे काफ़ी हेल्प होता है और ऑफ कोर्स इनको लीड करना और मैं कल जैसे फॉरेन प्लेयर्स हमारी टीम के साथ जेलिन हुए तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है उनको
और कोई टीम चेंजेस हैं आपकी
यस वी गॉट 2 चेंजेस गुल फरोजा एंड फातिमा खान दे आर मिसिंग आउट ईमान फातिमा एंड गुलाम फातिमा दे आर इन
ओके गुड लक
थैंक यू
So, Nida, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Definitely, I'll go for the batting.
And what do you think is a good total to defend, like to chase here?
I guess 150, 160. We actually talk about in the team that if 150, 160 is a good total. If we go for the batting first, then 160 is okay. And yes, 150 we can defend it.
और आपसे भी वही सवाल करूंगी आपको मौका मिला लीडरशिप का और इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स यहाँ मौजूद हैं क्या एक्सपीरियंस अब तक रहा है क्या बताना चाहेंगे
ज़बरदस्त है बहुत अच्छा उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन बड़ा ज़बरदस्त होती है बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझाते हैं आपको एक क्लियर मैसेज देते हैं आई गेस और बड़ा क्लियर रोल आपको समझा देते हैं तो बहुत मज़ा आ रहा
और एनी टीम चेंजेस फॉर यू
हाँ जी हमारी जो पहली टीम थी वही है बस सुने लो हमारी टीम में आई है
ओके गुड लक
थैंक यू
So the news from the center is that Amazon has won the toss and they are elected to bat first. But before we go on to the match, I've got Marina Iqbal with me to see what the pitch is like. Marina, what do you think about the pitch?
Thanks, Anna. Well, it's a blinder, and we've seen that this square has been pretty consistent as far as the batting is concerned. Well, first thing first, the dimensions, 62 meters have been marked equally. Well, now, let's talk about this. Early on, one game was played here. It was chased successfully. That was 179, the target. Spinners might not get a lot of purchase, no significant movement for them, but the change of pace will definitely be very crucial on this surface for the pacers and the spinners as well. The batters, they can come out. It's a hard track. The ball will get onto the bat really nicely. You can enjoy your stroke play. So for bowlers, you need to work a little bit harder because you cannot contain runs on this one. All you need to focus is this.
Thanks, ladies. Yes, the Amazons win the toss and they elect to bat first. As we take a little look at their playing 11, only a couple of changes there, Butch.
Yeah, Iman will come in and it looks as though she's going to open the batting with Danny Wyatt, and that just means that the Amazons will have a little bit more depth with Tammy Beaumont moving down to number 3. Perhaps they're a little bit concerned about how easy it was for the Super Women to sort of slice through their top and middle order in that first game. And of course, you've got Gulam Fatima down at the bottom there, which will strengthen the bowling lineup. I was a little bit surprised actually to hear that both captains wanted to bat first. I would have thought, given how flat that pitch looks, that chasing might be the way to go, but maybe they know something I don't.
As Marina just said, it looks like an absolute dream to bat on today as we roll on to the Super Women playing 11 Bazard, and there's a force change there.
Yeah, and it just looks so strong, this team. This Nida Dar, the captain, you've got Muniba Ali in form, Ata Patu is so dangerous up the order, and even with the bowling, they've got the likes of Tahuhu to get some pace on that, and you would think that they'd, like Butch, you would think that they'd be happy to be chasing because of that batting strength, but they'll be pretty happy with the way things have gone in the toss, but Nida Dar mentioned she wanted to bat as well, so interesting days.
Yeah, absolutely interesting times. Cannot wait to see what happens as we take a little look at the players warming up at the moment. It's hot weather out here. I hope the girls are all warming up well and looking after their bodies. There's nothing worse than going into a match, you know, being undone, but, you know, they're all professionals and they'll be looking to really attack this women's exhibition match too with appropriate gusto. We're going to a quick break and join us on the other side for more. Welcome back to the Pitchside Studio. Thrilled to bring you Women's Exhibition Match 2 today between the Amazons and the Super Women. And speaking of Super Women, I've got two in the studio alongside me now. Sana Mir and Marina Iqbal have joined me from doing their workout in the middle there. And Sana, I mean, you've been such a stalwart of Pakistan cricket for so many years, of course, such a successful captain. And I'd love to know your thoughts on just how excited you are to see this finally come to fruition. We're doing it. We're here.
It is amazing because firstly, you see international stars playing in Pakistan. They get to share dressing rooms with our future stars and current stars. And just imagine about the leadership for Bisma and Nida to be captaining international players, learning from them, exchanging notes. I think this is extremely exciting and puts a big smile on my face.
Oh, it certainly is so exciting. I'm the same. I simply cannot take the smile off my face that we're here and we're doing this today. And Marina, you're out in the middle doing the pitch report for us as well. Amazons won the toss and they elected to bat first. Does that surprise you, considering what a beautiful wicket it is?
Well, I think it's a correct decision because I think they started off really well in the last game, but in the middle overs they lost wickets in a very regular interval. They would like to work on that one. It's a brilliant wicket, obviously, and I think the more the pressure they can put on Superwoman is by posting a good total on board. And I think obviously when you look at their lineup, they all are very sorted batters. So I'm not surprised. I think it's the right decision, but they just need to work a little bit harder in the batting.
Well, they need to come back and fight hard against the Super Women. They're going to try and get their first win of this 3 exhibition match series. And Nida Dar, she was fantastic with the ball in the first game. And just, you know, before we go to a player feature on her, I'd just like to come to you, Sana, because obviously you captained her and you're a very similar age. You've been playing with her for such a long time. How impressed are you with how she's evolved?
Yeah, I think she has worked extremely hard. She came as an off-spin bowler, off-spin all-rounder. Then she worked really a lot on her batting, and then she became batting all-rounder for Pakistan, and which has been brilliant. And she has seen ups and downs, and now she's peaking. Generally, women peak, especially in our generation, where less matches, so they peak in their early 30s, and that's what she's doing. She's now peaking at the right time.
Oh, well, let's get to know her a little bit better. She is our star player of the day.
डेफिनेटली एक डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंस है कप्तानी का और एक एडिड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है ऑन यू और इन टीम्स को ऐसे लेके चलना होता है जब आपको हर तरह से सपोर्ट मिल रही होती है, हर तरह से आपको बातचीत करने को मौका मिल रहा होता है, तो आप कुछ देते भी हो, कुछ सीखते भी हो, तो मेरा ख्याल है ये बड़ा ज़बरदस्त एक्सपीरियंस रहेगा. जब हमने क्रिकेट स्टार्ट की थी उस टाइम शायद लड़कियों का किसी को पता ही नहीं था कि लड़कियों की टीम भी है पाकिस्तान में, लेकिन अब तो बहुत ज़्यादा चेंज हो गया है। वो चेंज भी क्योंकि एक्नॉलेज किया जा रहा है, अब लोगों को बताया जा रहा है कि जब वुमेन टीम ये कर रही है, ये मैचेस खेल रही है, सीरीज़ खेल रही है। और उससे सबसे ज़्यादा हाथ जो है वो ये कि आपकी जब टेलीवाइज होती हैं आपकी सीरीज़ तो आपको पता चलता है कौन कौन सा प्लेयर कहाँ पर खेल रहा है। बहुत बचपन में शायद मैंने डिसाइड कर लिया था कि पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट टीम में खेलूँगी, और उसकी मेन वजह ये थी कि मेरे फादर जो थे वो फर्स्ट क्लास प्लेयर थे, बल्कि मेरा पूरा ख़ानदान ही क्रिकेट खेलता था। और हमारे यहाँ तो फैमिली प्रोग्राम देखा जाता था, एज अ क्रिकेट कोई भी लगा होता था, कोई भी टेस्ट मैचेस बहुत थे उस टाइम। जो इंस्पिरेशन थी अपने घर वालों के बाद वो शायद अफरीदी थे, क्योंकि उनका शुरू से जो एग्रेशन था, इंटेंट थी खेलने की, वो मुझे शुरू से बहुत अट्रैक्ट करती थी। और आज भी मेरा ख्याल है मैं उनकी काफ़ी सारी ऐसी वीडियोज़ निकाल के देखती हूँ। टू बी ऑनेस्ट मेरा कोई माइलस्टोन नहीं था कि मैंने टॉप विकेट टेकर बनना है, और कोई मेरी ऐसा वाला अचीवमेंट नहीं है कि मैंने 126 विकेट्स ले ली तो I'm डन, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। बस मैं हमेशा ये चाहती हूँ कि आई वांट टू डू माय बेस्ट, जितना मेरे से हो सकता है उसमें जितने भी आप कह लें शायद गोल्स हैं, माइलस्टोन्स हैं, वो अगर अचीव हो रहे हैं तो दैट्स वेरी गुड, वेरी ऑनरेबल मेरे लिए भी। मैं ये हमेशा चाहती हूँ कि जितना भी अच्छा खेलूँ और लोग प्रेज़ करें, दुनिया आके आपको बताए, और डेफिनेटली मेरे लिए अच्छा। लेकिन मेरा अल्टीमेट ये माइलस्टोन बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। मैं शुरू से एक बेस्ट ऑलराउंडर बनना चाहती थी, और अभी भी टॉप 10 ऑलराउंडर्स पर मेरा नाम है दुनिया में। मैं बस अपनी टीम के लिए जितना मेरे से सर्व हो सकता है मैं वो करना चाहती हूँ।
Oh, such a stalwart she is as part of the Pakistan women's team for so many years now. And Marina, I mean, I believe you played with her even back in university days, so you know everything there is to know about Nirada.
Yeah, I know her from university days. She's a brilliant character. I mean, she's a fighter. You cannot just poke her and get away with it because she's going to come after you. And the best thing I like her about as a player is that she quickly forgets the bad things that have happened and focus on what she can do and what she can improve. And that's why she's improving every day and evolving into a brilliant all-rounder.
I have to say, I did see her running around after that last match. She looked so excited to have gotten the win and to be the player of the match. Sana, I believe, though, if you have a look at the Amazons, how they're going to counteract this strong super women team, there's a couple of changes that you're liking that they've made.
Yeah, I think they have got the right changes. Iman Fatima from the under-19 team, she was the highest run getter for Pakistan in the under-19 World Cup. So she comes in. She might be opening the batting, which would look good because that will give some depth to their batting lineup. And they've added Ghulam Fatima, the leg spinner, so that will add to their spin department. We saw how crucial the spinners were for the super women, so they have strengthened their spin department as well.
Yeah, they certainly were impressive in their first outing, weren't they, Marina? And obviously there is that force change as well. Laura Wolfart's had to go to other duties, but we do have Suna Luz come in, and you know, the captain of the South African women's team. It's a good change, isn't it?
It's a brilliant change. I mean, we're going to miss Laura's cover drives, but I think when you look at Sune, she's a whole package, a utility player. She can bowl, she knows all the experiences from captaincy, she can share it with, and then again when it comes to batting, she knows how to understand the situation. Her game awareness is awesome, and I think it's a very good player to have in your side, especially in the middle orders.
All right, just lastly, ladies, predictions for today. Go.
I think I still go with super women.
And you,
I'm
Marina?
backing Amazons.
Well, we certainly cannot wait to get this second women's exhibition match underway here at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It's definitely a hot day today, but the action on field is sure to be even hotter. Stick with us because as we come back after the break, it'll be ball one of this exhibition match too.
International Women's Day held special significance at the Pindi Cricket Stadium on Wednesday afternoon, as some of the finest domestic and international talent took to the field for what all hope is the first big step towards a fully fledged Women's Cricket League here in Pakistan. In the first of the 3 exhibition matches, it was an English pair who got the Amazons off to a flyer. A bit of air up in the air through the covers. Once Tammy Beaumont and Danny Wyatt fell, wickets tumbled at regular intervals despite the best efforts of Alia Riaz. Down the track, that is a glorious shot. The Super Women wasted no time in their reply to what was always an under-par score. Muniba Ali and Chamari Atapattu provided the silk and the steel at the top before Laura Wolfart and the skipper Nidha Dar completed an emphatic win, with the elegant South African finishing the match in style.
And there it is in style, Sanamir. You said it. In fact, it's gone over the rope for the maximum.
In truth, though, this was, above all else, a victory for the women's sport in Pakistan, and hopefully the start of something very special to come. Hello and welcome once again to the Pindi Cricket Stadium. The Women's League exhibition matches, they continue. It is game number 2 between the Amazons and the Super Women. Teams got in a little while earlier. The Amazons will want to turn results around and make this a 1-all apiece, making the third one ever so interesting. Nahida Khan, along with a couple of youngsters, and they all had a smile on their face. And why not? It is in fact a wonderful opportunity for women's cricket in Pakistan. The Super Women skipper, well, she had plenty to smile about, was the player of the match and also the win for her side. Muniba Ali could not put a foot wrong. And Super Women, well, they can be very happy because they are 1-up in this 3-game series. Schedule so far, confirmation of the result of game number 1 is the Super Women won comfortably by 8 wickets. The star performer was their skipper Nidha Dar. We're into game number 2 and we also have game number 3 tomorrow, same time, 2 p.m. live from the Pindi Cricket Stadium. It's time to smile because photographs are underway. The team in a red-hot form, you could say, from game 1. No wonder they're smiling from year to year. Now the pitch, well, it looks another good one, as do all Rawalpindi pitches look. There's plenty of runs on offer. And I really feel that it should be another 150-odd contest, if not more. The coin went up once again earlier on, and it was Bisma Maroof. She won the toss. Nidha Dar didn't call right, and they are put into bowl first because the Amazons will take center stage with the bat. Right alongside Marina Iqbal and Mark Butcher. Marina, what do you make of the Amazons?
I think good changes. Coming in is Iman Fatma. She was the prolific batter in Under-19 World Cup for Pakistan, scoring 2 centuries, 2 half-centuries, and then Ghulam Fatma. The spin was very crucial in the first game, and with her experience in her turn and the lack of pace, they can really unsettle the Super Women.
Good afternoon, ladies. Yeah, the Super Women have a very, very strong looking lineup indeed. Suna Luce is the new player in that lineup. She comes in for Laura Wolfart, who has been whisked off elsewhere, but the first captain of a South African team to make it through to a final in an ICC competition will only bring more strength, more experience to that Super Women's side, and they look extremely strong indeed. All eyes, of course, will be on Muniba Ali and Chamari Atapattu at the top of the innings, but there is strength all the way through the squad, including the pace of Leah Tahuhu. This pitch should suit her.
Right, as the players are ready and set to go, we've got Erin alongside with a couple of the Amazon openers.
Yeah, it's a new look opening partnership for the Amazons today. I've got Danny Wyatt and Iman Fatima alongside me. Danny, first and foremost, welcome to Pakistan. How's your time been so far?
Yeah, it's been really nice. Everyone's so friendly and caring and very hospitable, and so excited to be here in Pakistan for the first time.
We can't wait to see what you do today. Obviously, you're been in phenomenal form. Beautiful batting track here at Pindi. Iman, did you ever think you'd get the opportunity to bat with the great Danny Wyatt?
Yes, I am grateful that I get an opportunity to bat with her, and we will try our best to do a good partnership together.
Yeah, can't wait to see it. And Danny, just lastly, it is a beautiful track out there today. What will you be looking to do scoring-wise?
Yeah, we're going to be brave from ball one. As you can see from all the men's games, there's been a lot of scores. I think the par score is about 180 to 200. So if it's in my area, I'm going to go after it and hopefully put some runs on the board today.
I'll let you guys settle. Thank you so much for your time and good luck today.
Thanks. Thanks, Erin. Lovely to hear from thoughts of the two openers. Iman Fatima, what an opportunity for the youngster. Marina, you spoke about one of the highest run scorers from the Under-19 World Cup for Pakistan. Healthy strike rate as well, 126. Well, at an Under-19 level, you take that.
Definitely. The thing I like about her is the intent. She's not afraid of facing any fast bowler. She wasn't reluctant to play her shots up front. Very strong off her back foot, but anything in her zone slightly fuller, she can slam it down the ground as well. And I had a word at the end of the Under-19, and she said, and she realizes that there is a huge gap and she needs to work even further. That's the attitude you want from an Under-19 player.
It's interesting to see Danny Wyatt practicing a forward defensive there just before she goes out. I'm not sure we'll be seeing too many of those. Umpires on their way. Amira Farah and Shazab Raza, and Tariq Rashid is upstairs in the hot seat, the TV umpire.
She's been there a long time, back in my playing days as well, which is a very long time ago. Officiated a lot of domestic cricket back in the day, Marina. Shozeb Raza on the other end. Good experience, and it's nice to see women taking part in the game in so many different fields. Now the two Amazon batters, they make their way out. Danny Wyatt, she had a good run in the first game, but 22, and she and Tammy Beaumont put up 46, which was a start they got, and after that it just went spiraling down, and that's probably a concern that Bisma will look to rectify. Also, I feel that Bisma's wicket was key. Had she stayed on, could have been a different story, because at the end, at the post-match, she thought they were about a good 20 or 30 runs short.
Yeah, it certainly looked that way, didn't it? I think the key really might be just to say perhaps to Tammy Beaumont, look, why don't get yourself in there at number 3. We'll build the innings around you. You try and bat as many overs as you possibly can, and allow other people to come out and hit around you. If Danny Wyatt gets off to a flyer, but what they can't afford to do is lose the big stack of wickets that they did in a rush in the middle order. You know, and perhaps that's not Tammy's biggest strength playing for other 11s, but playing in this team, that might be the right way for her to go.
Well, what an opportunity for the young 18-year-old. Iman Fatima got plenty of runs in the recent Under-19 World Cup, and she'll be looking to make use of this opportunity. And Danny Wyatt, she's got plenty of experience. She's played all around the world in different franchises. 122 in a women's game, that is a good strike rate. Obviously, in this league of 3 exhibition matches, only 2, but she was key up front. But you mentioned at the top of the show that Leah Tahu is someone you like watching, because something that is missing in the women's game for most teams is brute pace.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's you know, the girls, in terms of their technique, the batters are just as good as the boys. But the one thing they don't get tested with very often is having that, you know, the ball above waist height, a little bit of a physical threat from a bit of pace. I think that's a wonderful thing to have in the game. Brings a bit of excitement. Also means that the girls can hit the ball further as well. The quicker it comes at you, the further you can hit it.
Well, here we go. Game number 2. A bit of fresh air to begin with. She's bowling with the slip, which is good. Well, you talk about pace and you talk about the women's game. It's difficult to look past Shabnam Ismail. She can clock up to nearly 80 miles per hour. Marina, you'd fancy facing her?
Oh,
You have
I've
a couple of
faced
times.
a lot of her, and I can tell you that she is not that tall and very skinny, but she's so intimidating. She's got epic control on her wrist. You cannot read her off the hand, that's for sure. Some face challenge always bringing to the batters.
Yeah, Shabnam Ismail from South Africa. She's fast and furious, right up there. Loves the challenges in your face all the time.
I remember I was facing her in Sharjah, and I usually go take a couple of strides down the wicket against fast bowlers, and I did that to her. And she came up to me and said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "That's how I play." I'll tell you with the next delivery.
Yeah, swipe across the line. Look hard, will pick up 2 first runs. Iman Fatma and the Amazons off the mark.
Well, I'm not sure that Leah Tahuhu is going to mind seeing that all that much. Just a sign there that Iman, over the course of a couple of deliveries, is looking to get a little bit leg side of the ball. It's a proper swipe across the line. Good intent.
A swipe across the line again. This time it's in the air. Oh, that's a great catch. Absolutely brilliant from Lauren Winfield Hill, running backwards. Leah Tahuhu into the wickets.
Iman Fatma, she's always looking to play leg side, but this time no feet movement, never got near the line of the ball, and with Leah Tahuhu's pace, playing this shot, it's never handy. Just a wild swing across and a good catch indeed.
Yeah, magnificent. She's a terrific athlete, Lauren Winfield Hill. And she made that look very straightforward. A little bit of a lesson there for Iman Fatima. Percentage is not in her favour at all. 2 from 4. Amazons 2 for 1.
Yeah, they've drawn first blood here, Super Women. The emerging, the under-19 player. Obviously a different ball game when you're playing up against the elite players, the best in the world from the under-19s. It's quite a jump, especially in Pakistan, still getting pathway systems, trying to connect the dots from age group levels into the national levels. A skipper for the Amazons, Bisma Maroof. Yep, she got stranglehold down the leg side, playing the sweep just for 1 the other day. She's a player you want in your side, is able to play her shots as well as steady the innings if required, and she'll want to play a good hand here. Tahuhu continues with the slip.
Yeah, she needs to take responsibility, Bisma Maroof. They got a good start early on, but the wickets kept on falling. This time, yeah, she struggles a little on a length ball delivery. Anything shorter and fuller, she gets away with it. But Leah Tahuhu, she has that pace and zip to her bowling. And got a bit of extra bounce and a good catch from her. Superwoman? Yeah, there's the celebration.
Cross the line to the left-hander. Excellent over to start off from Leah Tahuhu. She picks up the wicket. Amazons 2 for 1.
Enjoyed the Superwoman celebration. It's one thing I've always noticed about watching cricket in and from Pakistan, is that there are always a lot of women and girls in the crowds for men's games, and the enthusiasm for cricket for women in this country is huge. So how do you translate that obvious knowledge and enthusiasm and love of the game into participation, into getting as many young women and girls the opportunity to come out and play?
That's what happened first time around. They won by 8 wickets quite comfortably. 132 is never enough, and the skipper conceded to that as well. Nidada with her 3 wickets, and the batting, that's a fiery top order. Laura Wolfart, Chamari Atapattu, Muniba Ali. They still had Iram Javed to come and Lauren Winfield Hill. Masuma Zera to continue. But to start off really, will bowl her medium pace in swing. I think, Butch, first of all, I think there's a huge void in terms of opportunities for women in the country, whether it's within the PCB or parallel with the clubs, even schools and colleges. There is almost negligible concept of women and girls playing school level cricket. So for starters, just opportunity for girls to play. I mean, hence the hashtag level playing field. And then from there on in, matches like this make them more accessible to the crowd, get the word around that the matches are happening. You sort of have to drumbeat about it, more than the men's game really. Re-bowl that.
But I mean, it is a fact that it's incredibly popular, isn't it? Females, the sport itself. So if you provide that opportunity and you keep shining the spotlight on it, it shouldn't be difficult to kind of translate that into numbers, into people wanting to participate and banging the door down themselves to try and get an opportunity to do so.
Well, the more you show it, the more you can sell it, the more you can attract people, the more you can inspire people. Down the ground. That is beautifully timed, and has traveled a long, long way back. Danni Wyatt, absolutely effortless with that big 6.
Oh, she literally launched it. Nice little bit of floater in her zone. She never had to move. All she did was just hands doing the talking, and look at that. Plugged it out, 82 meters. Effortless indeed. They'll wake Masuma up.
Looks like another good track in Pindi.
A change of field. Lauren Winfield falls back to long on. Because of the hit with them. Ball just shaping away with the action that Masuma has. Fine leg comes up. This time pierces the gap on the offside. With an offer, Danni Wyatt won't miss out. A wonderfully timed stroke once again.
Yeah, rookie mistake from Masuma, trying to overcompensate the previous delivery. This time, a bit shorter in the length, width given, and Danni, big stride outside off stump. Easily done into the gap. Another boundary.
And you wonder why wouldn't people want to come and watch women's cricket. Once again, a reminder, if you've got tickets for the evening game, still make your way down here with your families. Enjoy some great cricket on display. Reinforces the offside field. Fielder from square leg jumps across and has got a tight ring of 4 fielders on the offside. Mid-off as well, third on the boundary. This time she goes over. Oh wow, Danni Wyatt, she is on fire.
Well, that is a fantastic stroke. Hope that Em and Fatima is watching this from Danni Wyatt. Just goes to show you, when the pitches are this good, you don't need to manufacture strokes. You don't have to play across the line. Danni has just transferred her weight forward there beautifully. Lofted it over the infield. No risk. Blistering power. 4 more.
Still a couple of balls to go. 17 have come off. Cover falls back. This time driven straight to mid-off. Most expensive overs so far in the competition. The youngster is under pressure.
I think Danni Wyatt was just saying to her partner that it's coming out pretty straight. I think the question was there any movement? She said straight.
(18 of the second). It's 20 for 1. I'm just coming back to how we can get more footfall into stadiums. It might be too late now, but there was a huge opportunity for having the women's game as a second game on the day. When you already have the crowds coming for the men's game, most often than not, when you're at the ground, you tend to stay back with your families, the women on display, the game on display, and you'd imagine, if not all, at least some of the crowd would stay back. So that could be one way to do it next time round.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the point I'm getting at is less about sort of attracting crowds to the women's game, because that will come. It kind of went that way round in the UK. It's about translating that obvious love of the sport, because grounds are always packed with women's and girls watching the men's game. It's getting them to get their pads and bats out and go and play themselves. Creating that opportunity for them to do so that they become participants rather than spectators.
I guess it has to start at school level, because unfortunately in Pakistan there aren't many clubs or grounds associated totally to women cricket. We need a safe environment. We need to give the girls a safer environment and the parents to just encourage them to come into the grounds. So it has to start with the grassroots level, has to start with schools, and then it can translate into the college, into universities, and then obviously a steady regional setup or a departmental setup that can actually help. I remember when we all, even Arooj can jump into it, we all started playing cricket in the schools. We played and went to the boys and we said we need to play, and then it came into the college and we started off playing. I remember giving trials back in 2016, 206 actually, 2016 is mislead. I came there and I gave the trials representing my college. And I think that's where the huge link is missing. You need to encourage the girls to play sports in school rather than, I don't like schools where there aren't any grounds. You need to make them come out of their lounges and play sports, different type of sports, not just cricket, but you need to give them a certain environment and facilities, bare minimum at least.
Is there a societal issue with that in certain factors, in certain places, where women are not encouraged to perhaps to play sport?
Especially for women, yes, there is. We are still struggling. There's a bit of, you can say, a section of our society which don't think that women can take up sport as a profession. They usually think that, okay, it's a hobby or you can just go out, have good time, but as a profession, they don't believe that women should be taking sports professionally. And I think that has to change, and it will change when they can witness these sort of matches, leagues coming in, department coming in, and they can understand that they have a financial cushion. Amazons 22 for 1 after 3.
So perceptions have to change then. That's what we're saying, isn't it? You kind of provide opportunity, you provide a shop window. Also need to sort of do a little bit of work in terms of turning around people's attitude.
Essentially, what we need is a cultural mindset to be reformed. Sort of breaking stereotypical mindsets and making it a mainstream sport with equal opportunity. And I think once the mindset changes right at the top brass, it trickles down all the way, because then you value the women's sport equal to the men. Hence why you put in the same effort, whether it's with safety, facilities, infrastructure, finances, all of it. And from there on in, it's almost on autopilot and the game grows. Quality of the game grows. And inadvertently you get crowds to come in and watch.
Well, it makes enormous sense for the sport worldwide. Sadia Iqbal now, slow left arm. Change after the mauling in the first over for Saeed and Masood. Population of the globe is 50%, well, 51% female. If you want to grow the game, grow it with the women and girls. Relatively straightforward, I reckon.
Absolutely, 100% spot on. And she was expensive in the previous game, Sadia Iqbal, and it was Danny White and Tammy Beaumont who took to her. She gave away 32 in her 3 overs, didn't pick up a wicket, and almost got the feeling she was a bit overwhelmed by the occasion, Sadia Iqbal. Couple of fielders on the boundary, square of the wicket, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, both on the boundary, long on, long off, in the mid-on, mid-off in the ring. If there's anything that's pitched up, don't think Danny White will need another invitation to come down the ground.
You give us
a watchful.
Like the look of Sadia Iqbal. A bit of height about it. Nice sort of long arm action. Should be able to get some purchase, some spin on the ball. Perhaps a little bit of drift as well. So similar in stature to England's Sophie Ecclestone. Fabulous left arm spinner. A little bit of similarity in the action as well. I think perhaps you can get a slightly closer look at it. One area where she might be able to get a little bit more drive, a little bit more pace on the ball. It's just to get over that front leg a little bit more, use the right arm, really drive herself over that front leg. But otherwise, there's plenty there to work with.
Untidy and given away the run eventually.
Negative.
Nicely put away. Nicely put away, straight down the leg side, and was easy pickings for Danny White. She's raised to 22 now of 10.
Yeah, just throwing down the leg, Sadia Iqbal on this occasion, and Danny White won't miss on these freebies now. I think they're trying to just repeat what they did in the previous one, setting up a deep mid-wicket, asking her to go for sweep shot. Well in control in this time.
A 4 overs done is 29 for 1. There was plenty of boundaries in the first game for Danny White. Similar this afternoon as well. A big, huge 682 meters down the ground. And she's played 4 wonderful strokes. Back foot cut shot over cover. And then the sweep down the leg side. 3 boundaries, 1-6, 22 from 1-11. And for the Amazon's sake, well, you just feel they're slightly under in their batting in comparison to the Super Women. The Super Women top 6. That's an international top 6. And they showed their quality in the first game. Comfortably chased down 133. And it was 3 wickets for Nida in the previous game that jolted that scoring from the Amazons.
You know, all they need to do is just dig deeper. They've got Tammy Beaumont, Danny in form. Okay. It's a good track. Runs are up for grabs. All you need to do is just implement with a plan against the Superwomen. Got plenty of options in bowling as well. How they can implement themselves.
Bisma's timed a couple of nice strokes, but she hasn't been able to pierce that field on the offside. It's an area of the game which is her strength. The other area of her game which is a strength, especially to spinners, is to come down the track and look to clear the fielders in the inner circle. And you just feel short on runs in the first game. Probably will be the key for the Amazons here. Just played 12 deliveries now and hasn't been able to pierce and get the gaps.
I think what she's trying to do is play a bit more squarer. She's always effective and she likes to hit it between the extra cover and mid-off.
That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. Doesn't quite get all of it, but clears the inner ring. Clears the inner ring, and that's the advantage of the first 6. And gets a couple more.
Yep, just listening to you guys there. Just a little hesitant at the moment. She's not giving it the full flourish, the full follow through. Again, this pitch is very, very good. So if you can trust yourself, trust the bat swing, get into good positions, you should be able to find the boundary easily. That'll be a wide. Perhaps she might just loosen up a little bit, having got away with that one over the top, the long off.
That's nicely played. Played it very late. Bisma Maroof, and the outfield does the rest. She gets her first boundary.
Nida just trying and forcing Bisma to play into the offside. This time slightly shorter length that allowed her to open the face of the bat. Played it very late and raced away for another boundary.
Yep. Very late, very much behind her, almost in front of the keeper's gloves. Again, once again, tossed up wide. She gets a bat on that. No runs on that occasion. 5 done is 36 for 1. Right, the fun and activations continue, and Sana Mir is down there with Asma Shirazi, who's a special guest this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I've got Asma Shirazi with me. She has an experience of at least 2 decades of journalism and a first female war correspondent for Pakistan. How do you see this match? Women being empowered in different fields, whether it's cricket, whether it's as a player, as an umpire. So how do you see?
Thank you so much, Sana. It's a big fan moment for me as I'm here and with you. So you are a source of inspiration for so many girls in Pakistan. And I'm really proud to watch this match, and amazing girls. They are playing well. And, you know, in Pakistan, we think that women cannot play cricket. Most of the people, not everyone. But naturally, this is a new beginning. And it's amazing. Why can't women, play? And seriously, it's like chauka chakka position, and you know, it's amazing, it's thrilling. Yeah.
और आप देख रही हैं कि obviously role models बनते हैं जब टीवी पे मैचेस आते हैं. आपको obviously मीडिया की पावर का बड़ा पता है. कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है कि रोल मॉडल्स बने, विजिबिलिटी मिले खवातीन को, चाहे वो कोई भी फील्ड में हो.
बिल्कुल, ये तो अब तो कोई खवातीन और हजरात की तो कोई रही नहीं तखसीस, because there are so many women doing everything in every walk of life, in every field of life. So I think जो ख़वातीन अभी हॉकी टीम, क्रिकेट टीम बन गई हैं, ख़ास करके क्रिकेट टीम तो बहुत ज़्यादा, क्योंकि क्रिकेट बहुत पॉपुलर, ये हमारे खून में है। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि ख़वातीन के लिए तो अब कोई चीज़ नहीं रही, वो जहाज़ उड़ाने से लेके खिला तक पहुंच गई हैं और हर चीज़ के अंदर है। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि ये सबसे ज़्यादा, और स्पोर्ट्स में एक कमी है, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स को ज़्यादातर मर्दों के साथ मंसूब किया जाता है कि शायद मर्द खेल सकते हैं। अब ये कोई चीज़ किसी मर्द के लिए नहीं रही, बल्कि ये सिर्फ औरतों के लिए।
और ये सवाल मैं आपसे ज़रूर पूछूंगी, आपकी भी प्रोफेशन करियर में बहुत अप्स एंड डाउन्स आए, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट क्वालिटी क्या समझती हैं प्रोफेशनल औरत के लिए जो अपनी फैमिली लाइफ को और प्रोफेशन को बैलेंस करती है? सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट क्वालिटी क्या है?
मेरे ख्याल है कि बैलेंस करना है, क्योंकि सबसे मुश्किल काम ये होता है कि मर्द जो है, जब वो जो भी काम कर रहे होते हैं, सिर्फ वो वही काम कर रहे होते हैं, लेकिन औरतें जो है वो मल्टीपल टास्किंग कर रही होती हैं। वो अपने बच्चों को देख रही हैं, वो अपना प्रोफेशन देख रही हैं, वो अपने घर वालों को, फैमिलीज़ को, दोनों फैमिलीज़ को देख रही होती हैं, वो अपने पेरेंट्स की ज़्यादा अच्छी उनकी खिदमत और लुक आफ्टर उनको करती हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि विमेन जो जहाँ जिस पोजीशन पे होती हैं, वो ज़्यादा ऑनेस्टी के साथ, वो ज़्यादा कमिटमेंट के साथ, वो ज़्यादा जैसे कहना चाहिए अपनी जाँफशानी के साथ काम करती हैं। तो औरतें जो होती हैं वो उनको लोग कहते हैं ना जनाना वार मर्दाना वार, तो मैं कहती हूँ नहीं, जनाना वार करके दिखाएं तो फिर हम आपको मानेंगे।
और आज के मैच में एक अमेज़न की टीम है जिसमें बिस्मा उसको लीड कर रही है और निदा सुपर वुमेन को। किस टीम को आज आप सपोर्ट कर रही हैं?
मैं तो ब्लूज को कर रही हूँ,
अमेज़न को
एग्जैक्टली।
उनको सपोर्ट की जरूरत है, वो पहला मैच हारे हैं, सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। चलें, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग एंड सपोर्टिंग वुमेन्स क्रिकेट। वी आर वेरी हैप्पी टू हैव
ऑल द बेस्ट सना फॉर यू, फॉर द टीम्स एंड फॉर द होल मैनेजमेंट who are organizing this match.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's over to you guys in the comm box.
Thank you, Sana. Power play is done and it's one better than the first game. 50 for 1. There were 49 in the first outing. So Danny Wyatt made some good use of the power play. 36 of just 17. Got Bazad alongside me. Probably Bisma also needs to press that accelerator a little bit.
Now the power play has gone their way, Amazon's way. It's been largely because of Wyatt being able to use her feet and hit it down the ground, and she'll be now facing a lot of spin. And with Bisma, normally she just goes through the gears, as in builds her innings and then goes through the gears. And you think that it's such a good batting pitch that maybe now, especially with spin on, that she can also make a contribution in terms of boundaries, in terms of rotating the strike over.
Yeah, you don't want to fall short. Previous outing, 130 odd. It felt like they were 20 short. They've been saying that at the toss, that they look at this pitch as 150 easy. So you just don't want to fall behind. They had a good power play in the first game and then kept losing wickets. That opening partnership with Wyatt and Bimon was the mainstay. After that, things just went down south for them. Omehani in her first over. He's scooping that one. Just using the field. I'll go to the boundary. This outfield is quick. There's some smart cricket from Danny there. And also brings up the 50 partnership.
You've seen her hit down the ground. You've seen her use her feet over extra, but now just making sure that she plays the field. It is quite a slow little delivery, but because she knows that there is no protection behind square on the leg side, that shot was always on.
As is, again, another boundary. A bit of turn as well, but she makes good use on the back foot and plays it for 4 more.
This is superb batting. This is her strength. Anything back of her length, she's very good through the offside. Played it very, very late, and that is off the stumps. That is off middle stump. The timing, the placement, spot on.
44 in no time, just 19 deliveries, 7 boundaries and 2 maximums.
Might think that that's an area which the bowlers can concentrate on, but she's very good at playing it late, even that late cut. So even with the protection on the offside, it does have the ability to just pierce the gap. So that is probably a better line, tighter into the stumps.
Again, using that width that was an offer and cutting it through for another boundary and makes it 13 of the over, 63 for 1.
Showing how strong she is through that backward point, through to extra cover region where she can just rock back. That one is again just spun away. Maybe there's an opportunity to stop it, but the placement, the timing, again very good. So after being so dominant down the ground, she's now relied on the length and with the ability to play it late through the offside. Amazon so far going really well. 63 for 1.
Tuba Hassan with a leg break, which comes into the attack from our media end.
And Sikandar, you have to do a bit with Tuba Hassan coming back into cricket. The tournament in Quetta, that's where she got back into the game. She was not playing cricket for some time, was dropped from the pool of 30 players. In that tournament in Quetta with 5 teams, she was able to come and perform and get back into the circuit.
And then she was named ICC Women's Player of the Month in July 2022.
Oh, you're welcome, Tuba.
Yeah, she definitely needs to thank a few people, but that's why it's so important to have regular tournaments for girls and women.
Where was this tournament? Quetta?
Bisma just has that room because Danny Wyatt is playing so briskly and so well that slow progress of hers is almost unnoticed. As long as the team score is looking good at the moment, they're still moving on at 8.
I'm not going to let you off. Where was this tournament? Quetta, Bukti Stadium? Wasn't invited.
It was women's cricket. We have to really drag you there in Quetta.
No,
to come and support.
I was willing, but you said no, not enough quality. Anyway.
And the sledging starts. The moment you see a couple of countrymen with you, the sledging comes out.
Upish and just passes through that cover fielder and was hit hard. 50 for Danny Wyatt. What a performance.
She has been brilliant. Came into the exhibition games, read the pitches really well, and just 52 of just 23 deliveries. The best part about her innings is she plays both on the offside and the leg side, takes on both spinners and the fast bowlers.
They've got themselves a brilliant start. You know, always look at more than 150. It's just very similar to the first game. halfway through they were 73, but they were 4 down back then. This is a much better situation for the Amazons. Drags it from outside off. Just a single. 8 gone. It's 72 for 1.
Brilliant through the offside, use of the feet, and after being able to hit down the ground, he then worked the angles. It was brilliant batting all around with the ability to play it late through the offside, hit those gaps. And that's why she's so difficult to bowl to. Now, first game, as Sikandar mentioned, after the power play things slowed down, but right now, because of the fact that White is playing the spinner so well, it seems as if there's a great rhythm to the innings.
And Tammy Beaumont, she's still in the dugout. They have Tess Flintoff, Alia Riaz. So a lot of batting still to come. They would want to put at least 160 to actually challenge the Super Women.
Now, just talk about how easy she makes it look. And just putting a little bit of more effort and gets a boundary going.
That's the area for Bisma Maroof. She loves playing inside out. Proper left-handed batter taking on the off-spinner. The idea is right from Nida Dar to bring on the off-spinner to the left-handed batter, but Bisma loves this inside-out shot.
Just thinking about this, Sana, Bisma Hole at the moment batting really well against spin. Now she just got into that groove, very risky through the offside and the sweep shot. Now Nida Dar is Bisma's family, daughter. Nida Dar holding herself back. Do you think there's an opportunity right now to get herself on?
Absolutely, because Nida took few wickets in the last game. First, Danny White was the first wicket. She took 3 wickets, and Umme Hani was really effective, but not in this match. She is going for runs, 22 already of 1.4 overs.
Yeah, this is more like Danny White versus the Superwomen. She's attacking every single option that's being put up by Nida Dar. She is playing every over in double digits.
This partnership is looking really good. 79 of 50, and Nida, who got 3 wickets in the first game, has only bowled 1 over, and that's where she needs to correct herself.
Oh, she's just toying with the field at the moment. Another boundary there. Just talk about the partnership, 83 of 51, only 19 belong to Bisma.
Just having a word, obviously it's difficult because Wyatt has a whole range of shots. We saw the big sweep shot, and now whenever you drop it slightly short, she's so good through the offside. The cut shot that varies from short third to extra cover, she can play it very, very late, but that one thumped away.
Catch it is the call, but oh, she's missed it altogether. On the bounce, just goes right through. That brings 17 of the over, 89 for 1.
And you don't see Atapattu on the boundary too often. She captains Sri Lanka, so she remains in the circle. And it was difficult for her to actually see the rotation. When you sweep the ball, it cuts off. And she totally missed it. Hani can't do much about it because Chumari Achapatu, she's quite powerful. Danny White batting with a strike rate of 240, 65 of 27. Incredible innings so far.
You can also do a bit of a comparison at the same stage. Not actually same stage, talking about the first game, Amazon's 20 overs had 17 boundaries. This time around, we're just starting the 10th over, they already have 16.
Highest individual score for Danny White, 124. Opposition India, and that was in World T20. Women T20 eyes. And she has been brilliant. She came into the English side as an off spinner, started from number 6, number 7, went on to become an opener, now a specialist bat.
Yes, why is this change so important? You come in as a bowler, then a batter, and become such a good batter. Sometimes you come in as a fast bowler and then turn to spin and become a really good bowler. How is that change so important?
Yeah, you need to keep evolving. You need to keep changing for the dynamic of the team, for yourself, whatever works for you, for the team.
Yeah, sometimes just fast bowling is too hard.
Absolutely. When you can just walk and get wickets, why run and get wickets?
Sweeps that one quite fine, so just get another boundary going for herself. This is good pace on Amazons. The scoreboard is ticking now.
And this one's beautifully played. She's actually waited for it. She's in position, but she waited for the ball to arrive and almost played it after it crossed her, so that it went really fine. Top quality batting.
Good cricket there. Boundary, single. Nida still not bringing herself on. She was the most successful bowler in the last game. The opposition is going almost 10 runs per over. She needs to bring herself into the attack.
Down the wicket, it's in the air, 2 approaching for it. It just lands right in the middle of the ball and takes the score to a 99 halfway through. They just lost 1 wicket's Amazon.
And Amazon have really rectified the errors in their batting from the last game. The player on your screen, Danny White, she has been brilliant. 67 of 29 deliveries. And she has really taken the attack to the opposition. 6 bowlers used already, and no one is causing any problem for Danny White. Let's go down to Marina Iqbal, who has got Kiran Naz with her.
Well, I've got Kiran Naz with me, who is a renowned news anchor and a journalist. Kiran, thank you so much कि आप यहाँ आई. थोड़ा सा बताएं कि आजकल जिस तरह women empowerment की बात होती है, cricket league हुई है, women's के exhibition matches हो रहे हैं, क्या impact पड़ेगा आपके ख्याल में?
अच्छा, मुझे पहले इल्म में नहीं था, लेकिन जब मुझे पता चला है तो मैं तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड थी इस मैच को देखने के लिए भी और इसके लिए भी क्योंकि ख़वातीन जहाँ जहाँ जा रही हैं, जिस जिस फील्ड में उतरती हैं वहाँ वहाँ बहुत अच्छा अपने आप को प्रूव कर रही हैं कि ख़वातीन हर जगह हर लिहाज से और हर मकाम पर बेहतरीन है। तो यहाँ पर भी शायद कोई कहीं ना कहीं कमी थी, लेकिन ये क्रेडिट गोज़ टू पीसीबी कि जिन्होंने ये ज़बरदस्त मैच लॉन्च किया और विमेंस डे पे इनफैक्ट ये 8 ऑफ मार्च को हुआ है, तो ये बड़ा बेहतरीन एक और मुझे एक छोटी सी आई थिंक वो शायद विद द टाइम ये कमी महसूस जो हो रही है वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगी कि यहाँ पर मुझे वो लोग और वो क्राउड इस तरह से दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है कि अगर ख़वातीन खुद इस फील्ड में मौजूद हैं, खुद यहाँ पर आ रही हैं, तो इनको इंकरेज करने के लिए जो हमारी कौम है ना, उनकी ज़रूरत है कि वो भी यहाँ पर आएँ और इनके जज्बे को बढ़ाएँ कि ये इतना बेहतरीन मैच परफॉर्म करेंगे। मुझे बड़ा मज़ा आ रहा है, मैं बड़ी एक्साइटेड हो रही हूँ इसको देख के, मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि ख़वातीन जहाँ पर भी हैं, जिस मकाम पर भी हैं, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे बगैर किसी डर के, बगैर किसी खौफ के, जो करना चाहिए तमाम औरतों को।
अच्छा किरण, आपने इंकरेजमेंट की बात की, हम लोग ऑब्वियसली बात करते हैं कि विमेन नीड्स टू सपोर्ट अदर विमेन, तो क्या लगता है कि कितना इंपॉर्टेंट इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है आपकी फील्ड में भी कि आपके पास रोल मॉडल्स हो?
अच्छा, सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात ये कि मैं अब ये बात करती हूँ कि ख़वातीन को ना हमने बहुत ज़्यादा मज़लूम बना दिया है। ख़वातीन मज़लूम नहीं है, पाकिस्तान की ख़वातीन बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग हैं और वो स्ट्रॉन्ग हमें, वो चाहे हम आर्मी में देखें, चाहे हम पुलिस में देखें, चाहे हम क्रिकेट की फील्ड में देखें, चाहे हम डॉक्टर की फील्ड में देखें, जहाँ पर भी देखें तो आपको ख़वातीन बड़ा बेहतरीन काम करती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। तो हमारी औरतें जो है ना, वो कहीं पर भी मज़लूम नहीं है। तो ये जो मज़लूमियत का टैग लगाते हैं ना हम कि हमारी औरत बेचारी बड़ी मज़लूम है, नेवर नेवर एवर। हमारी खातून बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है, उसकी मिसाल मैं हूँ, उसकी मिसाल आप हैं, उसकी मिसाल ये तमाम जो वहाँ पर लड़कियाँ हैं जो खेल रही हैं, वो तमाम की तमाम रोल मॉडल है और हर लड़की, हर औरत, हर खातून अपने आप में एक रोल मॉडल है। अभी क्या ज़रूरत है, जो हमने बहुत ज़्यादा एक कह लीजिए कि एक रोना पीटना डाला है ना कि औरतें मज़लूम हैं, उनको छोड़कर अब हमें वो तमाम अचीवमेंट्स, आपका एक बेहतरीन कैरियर है, जो वहाँ पर लड़कियाँ मौजूद हैं उनके ज़बरदस्त कैरियर हैं जो आगे लेकर चल रही हैं। अभी आपसे मुझसे पहले आसमा शिराजी यहाँ पर मौजूद थी, बेहतरीन कैरियर है उनका। इन तमाम को बहुत ज़्यादा बताने की ज़रूरत है कि ये पाकिस्तान की वो ख़वातीन हैं जिन्होंने अपनी अपनी फील्ड में अपना बेहतरीन नाम बनाया, अपना मकाम बनाया और बड़ी इज़्ज़त के साथ आगे अपना काम कर रही हैं। तो ये मज़लूम टैग ख़त्म होना चाहिए। वी आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग।
बिल्कुल ख़त्म होना चाहिए। और जैसे आपने बात की कि नाम और मकाम बनाया है, वो स्ट्रगल्स के बगैर नहीं आता और आपकी फील्ड जर्नलिज्म बहुत टफ होती है। थोड़ा सा बताएं कि आपने किस तरह ओवरकम किए जितनी भी आपकी ऑब्स्टिकल्स थी?
अच्छा, मज़े की बात ये कि जब मैंने आगाज़ किया था 13-14 ईयर्स पहले, तो मैंने स्पोर्ट्स एंकर से आगाज़ किया था। पाकिस्तान का एक बड़ा टीवी चैनल है, उसकी मैं स्पोर्ट्स एंकर हुआ करती थी। देन मैं न्यूज़ एंकरिंग में आई और न्यूज़ एंकरिंग के बाद क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स जो है वो समझ आती थी, दिखता था कि क्या हो रहा है, तो फिर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता लेकिन बड़ी स्ट्रगल्स के साथ, बड़ी हर्डल्स के साथ, बड़ी मुश्किलात फेस करने के बाद आज यहाँ पर मौजूद हूँ और आज बाकी लड़कियों को ये इनकरेज करती हूँ कि अगर वो इस फील्ड में आना चाहती हैं तो किसी किस्म के डर की और किसी किस्म की परेशानी की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और एक और चीज़ बड़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट वो ये कि हमारे पास ना एक ये मैसेज शायद कन्वे किया जाता है कि ख़वातीन को मज़लूम बनाने वाले मर्द हैं, नेवर। मैं अगर इस फील्ड में हूँ और मैं स्ट्रॉन्ग हूँ तो मुझे स्ट्रॉन्ग करने वाले मेरे अब्बा, मेरे हस्बैंड, मेरे कॉलीग्स जिन्होंने मुझे बड़ा स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाया, जिन्होंने मुझे ये हिम्मत दी कि नहीं मैं ये काम कर सकती हूँ। और इसी तरह से ऑब्वियसली आपकी स्टोरी भी कुछ इसी तरह की होगी, जो यहाँ सामने मौजूद है इनकी भी स्टोरी में यही सब कुछ होगा कि उन मर्दों ने सपोर्ट किया जिसकी वजह से आज हम मौजूद हैं। तो जो जेंडर इक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं वो भी बड़ा बेहतरीन हमारे माशरे में है। कहीं कहीं कुछ कुछ खामियाँ हैं जिसको हम इंशाल्लाह ओवरकम कर लेंगे। जैसे आज यहाँ पर हम इतनी बड़ी चीज़ कर रहे हैं तो इंशाल्लाह इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें और भी हो जाएंगी।
थैंक यू सो मच किरण, हम आपको ऑल द बेस्ट कहते हैं और थैंक यू करते हैं कि आप यहाँ आए और इनकरेज किया, एंड दैट्स ऑल वी नीड फ्रॉम यू गाइस। वंडरफुल इंटरव्यू एंड आई थिंक इट गोइंग टू एनकरेज अ लॉट ऑफ गर्ल्स एट होम. Back for you guys.
It's 113 for 1, 11 overs gone.
So she just. I
Come on, come on. 11 overs gone here, and Amazons are in a very strong position. Bismah Maroof, the skipper, 28 from 28. She's on strike. And a little sort of ramp, not much power in it. It was really a deflection using the angles. Mark Butcher, did you play this kind of shot in your one-day career?
There were parts of the world where I played where it was the only shot you could play. Pitches are so slow and low that a little fine dab sweep was about all you had in your armoury, but not the case here in Islamabad.
Well, it's a very good partnership, this. 116 from 66, and the platform for a big score. Danni Wyatt, 80 from 34. The England opener has got 2 T20 centuries on her CV. One against Australia, one against India. And her career strike rate, Sana, is 125. So you know that she's always going to go through the gears and get up to a rate of knots quickly, and that's what she's done here, striking up 235.
And she has enjoyed batting against Sadia Iqbal also. 18 deliveries, faced 32 runs, striking at a 178. She has been the main accelerator of this partnership, taken all the pressure off Bismah. All Bismah has to do is rotate the strike and bring her back.
This Bismah is doing well here, 33 from 30. That'll be a wide, can't drift down there.
Humaira Farah, the on-field umpire.
What Bismah Maroof is quite happy to do here is just knock it for one. And she knows that when Danni Wyatt gets on strike, it's going to be different. Danni Wyatt brings a whole new dimension here. 15 fours, 2 sixes in this innings from the England opener. And she'll come round the wicket. Sadia Iqbal round the wicket. Down the pitch goes Danni Wyatt. What a wonderful blow that is. Goodness, she's caught hold of this all the way for 6.
Yeah, applause, warm applause, and gazes of admiration in the Amazons' dugout. This is a fabulous strike from Danni Wyatt. There are many better ball strikers than her in the women's game. They must be some players, because when she gets going, access all areas of the ground. Wyatt will keep the strike. That's good for her and good for the Amazons. 1-2-8 for 1.
And she has definitely enjoyed, especially batting against Sadia Iqbal. Inside out, left arm spinner, playing with the spin. Excellent use of the feet, and the swing makes it look so effortless.
What's key to that shot? For our younger viewers who are watching this, but you know, you're leaving your crease, so you're giving yourself the possibility of getting stumped. So what's key to that?
Well, first of all, you're not thinking about getting stumped. You're not thinking about missing it. Secondly, you've got to get close enough to the ball, but not too close that you hinder the bat swing. Danny does so well here is that she gets out alongside the ball. It's not getting to the pitch of the ball, it's getting alongside the ball. She then turns the left shoulder into it a little bit to open up the extra cover area, and then just lets the hands go. But that positioning, getting yourself, when you're hitting the ball, particularly if you're hitting the ball down the ground, coming down to the spinners, get alongside the ball.
Leah Tahuhu, the New Zealand quickie, is on.
And while the international players are here, we have got our local stars as well. Mawra Hussain, Pakistani model and actress. She has performed in theatres, in Pakistani cinema, international cinema. We'll be chatting to her later, talking about her own journey. She's a lawyer also.
She wants the single. That's good running. Bismar Maroof was so in control of what she wanted to do there. Get the single, bring Danni Wyatt back on strike.
Yep, good work. Good work. Got to keep that scoreboard moving. Do have Tammy Beaumont to come in behind, so there is power to go. She can't afford to waste any deliveries out there. Tell you what, Al. Models, actresses, lawyers, dentists. We're surrounded. Well, I think we're very, very underqualified, the two of us.
Yeah, we are. We're at the back of the queue, you know that. We really are.
Yeah.
How did we get on the bus?
I've got no idea. Must have done some excellent blagging at some point.
It's a women's month. I think you guys are under pressure.
Oh dear. Tuba Hassan with the misfield. Oh, Leah Tahuhu won't be too pleased with that. And it's a flat outfield here. I know it's quick, but you've got to stop those.
Apart from you two, Tuba is under pressure as well.
Well, I've got a little bit of a sweat on. She should have torrents of sweat running down her forehead after that.
Good change of pace there from Leah Tahuhu. She's down a bit in pace. When, you know, a couple of years ago she was a bit quicker than this, and her arm has dropped a bit. We saw that in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Her arm has dropped a little bit, so she's looking for a little bit more swing, a bit more variation now. That could be a wide. No, it's not. 13 gone, 134 for 1.
And we've got another model actor here, Mariam Nafis. She started her career in 2015. I'm going to put extra pressure on you, Butch. It's the Women's Month. It's a Women's Day. So she has started her career in 2015, and since then she has worked in 20 TV serials and modeled for various Pakistani brands.
Rocket scientist as well, is she? Brain surgeon.
May I just come in here? Butch plays a guitar and he sings, and he's very good. Now, I am really at the back of the queue here, so I'm feeling rather uncomfortable right now.
So what about the tennis commentary and the golf commentary you do on the side?
Yeah, just a little bit.
See, if you fish hard enough, Al, somebody will throw you a net.
Is that a safety net? Tuba Hassan.
It's very strange for me. Nida Dar, just 1 over under her sleeve. She got 3 wickets in the last match, player of the match, captain. Why is she not bringing herself on? And she got the wicket of Danny White.
Yeah, well, no idea. Unless there's some team instructions, unless it's about sharing the bowling around, but you want Nida Dar, you want her to perform. She is a class act. But, Danny White, meanwhile, is going along like a runaway train. 93 from 42. That's a strike rate in excess of 220. That's wonderful stroke play from Danny Wyatt. You see how Danny Wyatt then anticipated the line of that ball. She moved right across her stumps. She's done it again. She's gone leg side this time. And it's another good blow from Danny Wyatt. It's 4 and she moves to 97.
And that's where she wanted to play the last delivery also. She was making room because both the fielders on the leg side, the fine and square, were inside the circle. She backs herself enough that she can move on the offside and take the ball from the offside to that square region.
Ah, yes.
And they would have seen a bit of each other, these two, Shinaloose and Danny Wyatt. Danny Wyatt again looking for that vacant area behind square on the leg side. Only 4 fielders outside in the women's game.
She's reached for this. Now fielder underneath it takes the catch. Lauren Wingfield Hill catches her fellow country player, and that is not going to be 100 for Danny Wyatt. And it looked like 3 figures was beckoning.
And not only Danny White, but all of us are a bit disappointed because she really deserved that 100. She played so well. Tuba Hassan bowling a bit outside off, and Laura Winfield with her 2nd catch of the match.
What a good innings. Box office entertainment from Danny Wyatt. 97 from 45. That was great while she was there. And it's 139 for 2.
All the dugout, they're all standing for her, and why not? What an innings she has played. 97 of 45 deliveries. Really inspirational, and that's why she's here as an international player, inspiring young Pakistani players, showing them how it's done.
Yeah, missed out, narrowly missed out. It wouldn't have counted towards her overall stats because it's not an official tournament. So I suppose if there's any consolation in missing out on your 100 for Danny Wyatt, it's that. But she's replaced by another player of impeccable pedigree, Tammy Beaumont. Kent and England strike rate 133 and a third. Much more used to batting at the top of the order for England. But not a bad replacement for the departing Danny Wyatt. Straight into her work. That has been nailed down the ground. What a way to open your account, Tammy Beaumont. Welcome to the crease. 143 for 2.
Danny Wyatt was looking for the boundary to give her this 100, and she just got under it. Lauren Winfield Hill with a good catch, and look at the reaction of her teammates. They felt it for her.
Well, we've been treated, haven't we, here in Rawalpindi, to a couple of stunning hundreds in the last couple of days in the men's games. Would have been wonderful to put a women's 100 on top of that as well. So, testament to the excellent ball striking ability of Danny Wyatt, and also to these surfaces here in Pindi, which are absolute dreams. I mean, nothing on earth would get me to put a pair of pads on these days, Al, but I'm now thinking about it.
I know you are. I can see you twitching. Well, I can tell you something.
That's got nothing to do with the pitch.
I can tell you something. This pitch is better than the ironing board in my hotel room. I can tell you, because that's got holes in it and the iron doesn't work. This is flatter, I can tell you. Saida Masuma. Now, Bisma, how does she play it from here now then, Sana? Because she was giving support, if you like, to Danny Wyatt.
I think she has to go ahead with it, because they still have Alia Riaz. They have Tess Flintoff, who has got the fastest 50 for the WBBL. So from here, they should just put on the accelerator.
She's good there. She's so good there. It's just a late, lazy cut. It's almost like a chop down on the ball.
Yeah, shades of famous Pakistani opening batter Saeed Anwar through the offside. Timing and grace from Bisma.
And I'm still very surprised why Nida Dar is not bringing herself on. Player of the match, 3 wickets in the last game, and just 1 over for 7 runs.
She's doing it just to spite you now.
Field has been changed now. Third has been sent back. Just a single for Bisma there.
Some discussion over the last couple of days. See, Baba made that brilliant 100, but his team didn't get over the line. Simon Dahl getting himself into hot water on the internet for daring to criticise Baba. I mean, it's interesting because obviously Danny Wyatt very close to a milestone, but still looking to push on for the team score. So it was the team going at great guns as opposed to making sure that she got herself 100, and that's, I guess, the point that Dooley was making.
It's funny you should say that, Butch, because this morning I had a little bit, 10 minutes to spare, so I said, look, we've had 3 centuries this week. Jason Roy, Babar Azam and Fakhar Zaman. Who's your 1, 2, 3? A lot went for Babar. And many said, ooh, I think she's dived home. But this will have to go to the third umpire.
Review for run out. TV umpire to director. We have a umpire review for run out at striker's end. Can I have your best side on angle, please? Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll it back 2 frames. Roll it back, roll it back, roll it back. Yeah, satisfied.
Well, Leah Tahuhu, who was standing square there, she hasn't passed her first round of umpiring exams. She gave it out. Good dive from Tammy Beaumont. Yep, so I had Jason Roy as number 1. I had Barber at 2nd, and I fucking at 3 because he was dropped on 1. But, yeah, it depends where you come from, Butch.
yeah, in more ways than one. Geographically and mentally, I suppose. I'll tell you what, though, the bowlers that are yet to play here in this tournament, they won't be getting much sleep the next couple of nights, trying to figure out a way to make some inroads.
Or some roads away from the stadium. Let's not get here.
They might be waiting for the Lahore games.
Lofted. Oh, that very well judged. What a classical Bismar shot. 153 for 2, 5 overs to go.
And Bismar Maroof now putting her foot on the accelerator as Danny White goes. Bismar has really put pressure on Masooma Jafri here. Inside out shot for 4 runs.
That's some really good progress from the Amazons. 153 for 2. This is what they wanted at the start of the game, but that was their aim for 20 overs. Still got 5 more, and it's all because of Danny. A 97 of just 45 have given them this boost.
The question is, can they breach 200?
Oh, well, the way things are going in Pindi Bazit, it's well on the cards. They are en route, 10 and over. Bismar Maroof has just changed gears. Tammy Beaumont also, we know, can hit the long ball. Alia Riaz in good form, got a good fire, 30 odd in the previous game.
You talk about if they can breach 200, they do have that firepower. Alia Riaz is there in the dugout. And you got Tess Flintoff, she's got the fastest 50 in recent BBL.
And between 7 to 15 in the first game in comparison today. Dot ball percentage quite less, runs more. And they haven't lost the number of wickets they did the other day, and it was wickets that fell in clusters which were the problem for them. 4 wickets compared to 1. 103 runs compared to 55. That's quite a tremendous improvement. The run rate over 11, and that's what's made all the difference. Danny White's innings is what's made all the difference. They've dealt in boundaries and they have come thick and fast. 18 boundaries in 1/6 in that period alone.
Missed that one completely. Yeah, it's the dot ball percentage from 44 to 24, and also the boundaries. Well, just 5 were hit between 7 and 15, and this time around 18.
And overall, they played spin really well. After the power play, there was a number of overs bowled by the spinners, but there's been counter-attacking cricket like that, use of the feet into the leg side, and then staying back the cut shot, especially with Wyatt being able to work those angles. And there hasn't been a dip in that scoring rate even after the power play. The middle over is very good because of the fact that they've played spin so well.
Yeah, 2 games in a row now. Saadi Iqbal has gone for runs. 32 and 3 in the first game, 41 today with still 1 ball to go. So their premium spin option, the left arm, has gone for runs. The other spinners came good the other day. Nida, Umehani and Tuba picked up 6 between them.
16 gone. It's 159 for 2.
7 overs of spin after the power play out of the 9. And they've gone at 12.42 to the over. So 87 runs. In previous game, you thought that after the power play, spinners just got the better of the Amazons. But yeah, the surprise there, Nida Dar, just 1 over for 7, which is quite a big surprise. Got 3 wickets in that last game. She's held herself back. She hasn't bowled in those middle overs.
And she won't get to bowl her 4 as well. With just 4 overs left to go, you'd imagine a couple more. She bowled 3 in the first match as well. And you just felt like she was the wicket taken when the onslaught was on from Danny Wyatt. Maybe Nida could have bowled 1 over in between. They've come out and regrouped really well here, the Amazons. They've dealt with spin well. Danny Wyatt came out all guns blazing. Bisma Maroof now on 49.
Yep, and that would be her 50. The captain gets a half century here. Started off a bit slow, but now off 43 deliveries.
This is what Bisma Maroof can do. She stabilizes innings and then gets a go on. More often than not, gets a good score, gets a big score. 116 her strike rate. She struck 4 boundaries. And just in the last 10 odd deliveries, she's getting momentum, more momentum into this. Had a bit of a struggle earlier on when she came in, was timing the ball well, looked just a bit tentative and couldn't pierce the gap. And she was playing second fiddle to Danny Wyatt at that point.
And as always, in a T20 game, you want this to continue. You don't want players sitting out in the dugout. You don't want to end at 2 down and think that you've left about 15 runs or 10 runs on the field. So the attack must go on. And as Ruj been mentioning, the Superwomen have such a powerful batting lineup, so you've got to make sure that you have enough on that board.
And the ends of international quality. All top 6 have played the game and have plenty of experience. And that's why it's important for the Amazons to put up a big score. And you already saw that experience come into play. Laura Woolward, of course, not in the game, so Sunny Elias comes in for her, which is again a very good replacement. So that top order will need something big.
That's nicely done, inside out, and finds a boundary. Ends the over with that, 8 of it, 167 for 2.
Yeah, Bisma Maroof special. And she plays that shot really nicely. It's very classy. And comes down the track, staying leg side off the ball. How's that for timing? How's that for a shot? Always looking to play it slightly more square. Open the bat face as well. It's a really good hand from the skipper.
Bisma's got such supple wrists. When she goes through the offside, those wrists come into play in maneuvering the ball, finer or squarer. So she's very good on the sweep shot, and then this little extra cover drive or square drive, and that's all because of that flick of the wrist at the very last moment.
Cover comes up into the ring, and that's an option for Tammy Beaumont to go. Tuba Hassan spinning the ball away, maybe come down the track and look to play over the cover.
Yeah, it's a bad ball. Had to be put away. And we won't spare those.
Yeah, they're feeling the heat, they're feeling the pressure because runs have been mounted and there's been some really good stroke play. This time not the best of deliveries for Tuba Hassan. It's short and it's down leg side with fine up in the ring. Comfortably put away to the boundary.
You just get that feeling that the Amazons missed out on an opportunity in the first game, losing wickets on full tosses, maybe trying to get to that 150, but that opportunity was missed. Same day men posted 480 in their match, and now today it just feels more that they've understood what's required here, and they're closing up to that 200 mark.
Well, we've had 5 consecutive 200 scores in the past few days, barring Islamabad United's chase last night. So you never know. Current rate takes them to 196. And like we said, Alia Riaz, Test Flint of Maya Bush here, all to come in. Are we placing any bets? Bazid Khan, do they get 200 here?
Then that comes down to just as he mentioned, that 5 innings where 200 was breached, and then the 1 innings where it wasn't breached. Remember, the bowling attack was Lahore Qalandar's attack. So even if you do get to 200, you still need quality in the bowling. And again, just to go on as a broken record, it's such a good batting lineup that Superwomen have, that Amazons, if they don't get to 200 from here, will think that maybe we're 10 runs short.
Bazid, do they get 200 or not?
12 deliveries remaining, 13? No.
There we go.
This is because you can't answer, so you make sure that I answer, and then this is what you do with every other commentator. I think Simon Dool has also found that out.
This is Simon B. Dool, one of our favorites in the commentary box. We'll be here later tonight for the men's game.
Talk about yourself, your favorite, not everybody's favorite.
All right, then there's a bit of firefighting going on, and there was a bit of firefighting up front from Danny White as well, where it was very clean, very, very dynamic and in control. She played all around the ground and she put the Superwomen off their targets from the very first delivery. 2 big hits, 2 big sixes, 3 in fact in her knock of 97. Some sweetly timed strokes, and that was the moment of her half century.
Concussion protocol done with. Oh, that's a good shout. If that's only pad, that should be out. They're going to go upstairs or not? Well, with that loud shout, she should go upstairs. And yes.
Copy. Player review for LBW, original decision not out. TV Empire to director, we have a player review for LBW, original decision is not out. Let's start with front foot, please. It's a fair delivery. Can I have front on spin vision, please? Spin vision is coming. Keep rolling, keep rolling. The ball appears to be close to the bat. To confirm, can I have ultra edge, please?
I'll come out live, I'll let you know it's ready.
Okay, thank you. Stand by, waiting for ultra edge, please. Ultra edge is coming. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll it to the pads, please. Nice and slow. Roll it back one more time. All the way. All the way, yeah. Now roll it forward. Okay, keep rolling. Okay, satisfy. There is a clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Go to ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking is coming. Original decision, not out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Wickets hitting. Go back to on-field umpire. I recommend you to reverse your decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen. Change your decision.
Should have been the decision
Signal now.
the first time
screen.
round, the
Signal
raised
now.
finger. I think we'll eventually get it from her. I don't think the message has come across, but that is going to be out. It was fairly straightforward. And it remains fairly straightforward. Tammy Beaumont goes for 13, 173 for 3.
Tess Flintoff walks out after the dismissal of Beaumont. Things have slowed down a little bit for the Amazons. They've scored only 34 in the last 25 deliveries. And they've lost a wicket also. Tess Flintoff. She can strike a few and help them get closer to that 200. Again, nice work, saw that weight and threw the bat at it.
Superb wrist yet again over the top of point. And the wicket, the reverse sweep, she had to wait an eternity because it was tossed up even slower. That's why I think she missed it, because she was done for lack of pace. Nicely bowled.
Once again, similar shot, similar result. Bisma Maroof now pressing on that accelerator.
That's her strength. And that is her strength outside the off stump, and she always looks to carve the ball, open the face and create her angles. And this is 2 out of 2, both in extreme control, both showing the class of Bisma Maroof. They are good cricketing shots, but very smart ones. Pressure on the New Zealand pro. Back-to-back boundaries, and Bisma is now on 64. Change of angle.
This time picks it up on the onside. Little fuller, and she knows that's a vacant zone in the deep.
Yeah, the wrist again, couple of through the offside, pretty square. Now with the angle round the wicket, is that wrist that drags it leg side. And that little flick at the end, it's the power, but also the placement. Very aware of where the gaps are.
Whoa, shorter length, pulls it away. Can it be 4 out of 4? Yes. 4 boundaries in the over.
Maybe 200 breached in the 19th over. Short, she's changed the angle now, she's changed the length, but the result is the same. Bisma's so set, and it's picking up the length and picking up the gaps at will.
Has a very strong base when she hits. Head very still, and it's the hands that go through the line of the ball. Generating the power from bottom up. 4 in a row now, and the 200 now looks well on the cards. 16 off. Bisma's raised to 72. Amazons 189.
Direct hit. Oh, yes, direct hit. Now let's have a look. We're going upstairs. Oh no, she's sure that's not out.
Are you sure she's sure?
I don't know her that well.
She's been around a very long time. Very long time. Officiated in domestic games when I was playing. 2004, 5, 6. Oh, Mehani with the direct throw.
But Sikandar's not been along that long, so that's why.
Tess Flintoff will take strike now. 1 to go in Leah Tahu's over. Has been an expensive one.
Yeah, good over for the Amazons. Comes to an end. 18 of it. 191 for 3.
Now 4 out of 4. Now carved up and over the fielder. This time carved side the fielder. Then she decides to flick it into the leg side. A pickup shot over mid-wicket. And that was the 4th of them. That's a swivel around the legs and spank that away into square leg. A wonderful contest for viewing. International stars take on each other. It's a spice that the game needs in such franchise tournaments. On the last one, the skipper will bowl. She's built a good spell. 14 off just the 2, and you just wonder why did she keep 1 over remaining for her. Did the same in the previous game. And tonight, when the team needed the stem of runs.
Yeah, it comes down, makes a full toss of it. A slight misfield allows them to come back for the second. Jamri Atapattu was the fielder. Cover. Oh, she's got underneath that one. That will give her maximum. That's what the Amazons want. As many as possible. 199 on board.
That's a superb hit. Tess Flintoff. Back leg on the ground. And the slog sweep over long on. So much power in that. Yeah, just look at it sail away. I think Nida was quite impressed with that hit because that was a powerful hit.
Moves across and plays this one onto the onside. And can be another boundary. Yes, it is. 200 up.
Yeah, went round the wicket, missed her length because there's so much pressure with Tess Flintoff trying to hit leg side. It's a full toss. And it's not been middle, but enough bat on it to go to the fence. She's still eyeing that leg side. She's still eyeing some huge hits that way, even with the angle across her. Nida Dar, that time around, has missed her length completely. The check is now for a no ball for the height. Is it over waistline or not? She is in that sweeping mode. She's quite close to the ground, crouched, so maybe that'll be safe. Yes, it is. Fair delivery.
Oh, missed. Stumping opportunity missed. This was quicker and flatter.
Now that was good bowling. Went across, went right across the right-hander. Well, easy stumping. Normally Muniba so good. Another one. I don't think that was stumping opportunity, but this is better from Nida Dar, just going across this one, very full.
Full toss, put away. Couple of bounces, and it's been cut off. Oh, didn't go for that second one. So that's that, 20 overs bowled. 204 for 3 Amazons. They'll be happy with that score. And it's all because of Danny Wyatt. She got 97. And then Bisma not out 73. They've done bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, won the toss and batted first. And they made full use of it. Learned from that first game. Middle overs very good. End overs very good. Overall, a great batting display on a pitch that supports big hits. Boundary hitting ground, and certainly we saw plenty of those.
Dar didn't bowl her full overs. She bowled 3 overs, and her numbers are none for 27. But they'll fancy their chances. They'll probably feel that, yeah, this pitch does have runs. Big hits can be scored. So let's sit down and join Erin.
Well, what an innings from the English international. Danny Wyatt, 97 of just 45 balls today. On from ball 1 today. A beautiful wicket to bat on.
Yeah, it's really nice wicket. Yeah, I just thought bat myself and try and get the team off to a good start. And yeah, we spoke about getting 180 to 200 on this track, and yeah, really happy with 205.
And up against, you know, the likes of Leah Tahuhu. I'm sure you've faced her a number of times in your life. How exciting is it to be here in Pakistan, but then, you know, still come up against those sorts of oppositions that at least you've seen before?
Yeah, exactly. I've faced Leah over the years, alongside with all the other girls as well. And yeah, we knew it was going to be a good wicket, so I just thought back myself and get the team off to a good start.
Back yourself, you certainly did. A couple of those sixes, 82 metres, 87 metres, some big hits. Where do you get the power from?
It's all about the bat. Yeah, I mean, it's all about timing as well, and I'm quite wristy, so it's all about backing myself, like I said, and just be brave.
Yeah, 205, it's a lot of scoreboard pressure. Is it enough on this wicket today?
Yeah, we've got to go and bowl well. I think we've got a lot to improve on from the last game, so hopefully we bowl really well and enjoy being out there as a team.
Any chance you're going to roll the arm over?
Yeah, maybe. Better go warm up.
Well, congratulations. You were just awesome today, and fingers crossed you get the ton tomorrow, hey?
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Danny Wyatt, the star of the first innings with that 97. Have a look at the batting card right up there of just 45 deliveries, and captain remains not out, 73 of 51.
The bowling suffered a little. Who won for 28. Nida Dar surprisingly didn't bowl a whole quarter, none for 27. Tuba probably the best bowler, 2 for 34 of her 4.
So the target is clear. If Amazon want to win this and level it out, they need to defend the 204 that they put up for 3. And it's 205 required at 10.25. We'll take a break. We come back with the Super Women and the bat.
Well, it's a gorgeous afternoon here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium for women's exhibition match number 2, the Amazons taking on the Superwomen. The Amazons, well, they batted first and they put on 204, a much better run total than we saw in the first match of the day. And I brought Arush Mumtaz, the expert, out to help me check out the conditions, but I think even I can tell nothing has changed.
Absolutely nothing. So there's no point going over there and seeing what's changed. What has changed is the intent and the approach that the Amazons came out with. Obviously, the international star, Danny Wyatt, got the proceedings underway, 97, and it was some classical stroke play. And that's a reflection of the surface. The ball comes on so nicely that you can almost back yourself to run down the track or hang back and hit through the line. And it wasn't just her, it was the former Pakistan skipper as well, 73. And that's what got them to 200 plus. And that puts the top 6 of the Superwomen, which is an international top 6, under pressure.
Yeah, certainly a lot of scoreboard pressure that the Superwoman will be chasing down. And, you know, let's just say they scored a lot better than the big boys of Islamabad United last night on this wicket, didn't they? Danny Wyatt, 87, one of those sixes. That's a 6 in any ground in the world. She was so impressive today.
All three of them would have probably cleared all international boundaries, albeit men or women's cricket. But I think the team in red struggled last night, might be on the receiving end tonight as well. But again, Nida Dar and that top 6, I mean, you got Muniba Ali, Chamari Addapattu, Hussain Elise comes in, okay, and then you got Lauren Winfield Hill and Nida Dar. So you've got the firepower, and they can almost take heart out of Danny Wyatt and Bisma's innings because the surface is so good. They should back themselves, and I'm sure they'll come out in looking to chase this 205 down.
Where do you bowl on something like this? Tuba Hassan was the pick. She went for an economy of 8.5, 2 wickets. I don't envy the bowlers today, though, as always here at Pindi Cricket Stadium. But let's get back upstairs and relive the highlights from the first innings.
Yeah, great stuff out there, you two. The Amazons batting first, as they did in match 1, have made a much better fist of it this time. Perhaps a little overwhelmed by the occasion first time out. Not so much this time. International star Danny Wyatt having the 97 from 45. Very, very well supported by the captain, Bisma, with 73 from 51. And 204 for 3 will take some chasing no matter how good the surface is. Didn't perhaps get off to the best of starts. Young Ayman Fatima getting a swipe across the line at Leah Tahuhu. Brilliant catch by Lauren Winfield Hill. And then it was the Danny Wyatt show. Signalled her intent with that 82-metre 6 down the ground, then hung back and swept. Was able to cut. Bisma playing beautifully through the offside. Danny Wyatt just being able to access all areas and doing it with great ease and great style. Very little the Superwomen bowlers could do about it to stop her from reaching a 50. And the way that she was going, it looked utterly inevitable that she would go on to make 3 figures, what would have been the 3rd of her career, despite the fact that it wouldn't have counted towards official statistics. But Bisma was happy to hand over the strike while Danny Wyatt just kept banging away. Was able to manoeuvre the field and then just went for that one big hit too many. Didn't quite get hold of it. It was a nice piece of bowling by Tuba, who dragged the ball a little bit wider. She holed out for 97. Lauren Winfield Hill catching her second. And then it was as though the captain sprung to life herself. She has had 1 or 2 difficulties over the years in her career, but wonderful to see her with a half smile on her face and a half century on the board. So Tammy Beaumont came out at number 5 to try and keep the momentum going. And some huge strikes to carry the Amazons all the way up and beyond 200. 204 for 3 then, the target. Leah Tahuhu bowled well with the new ball, despite the nature of the surface. 1 for 28 for her. 2 wickets for Tuba with her leg spin, 2 for 34. And the rest, well, it was a punishing day out there for the bowlers. And the fielders at times didn't quite perform at their optimum either. There it is, the infamous block here at Islamabad, the Pindi Cricket Ground. And in Women's League Exhibition Match 2, we've got a real game on our hands here. The feeling was that Superwomen were too strong for the Amazons in the first game. Their batting lineup certainly was rather too hot to handle for the Amazons bowlers. But this time they've got something on the board to defend. And because of that, and because of the nature of the conditions here, We think up here in the commentary box that is going to lead to a wonderful second half in this game. Can the Amazons level it up? They've certainly given themselves a chance. Game in honour of, or given the opportunity to raise awareness for breast cancer charities. Early detection saves lives. So not only are we promoting the women's game, not only are we promoting cricket here in Pakistan, but also important causes in terms of women's health care. It was International Women's Day just a couple of days ago. And the women are putting on a terrific show here in Pindi. Well, the Amazons are on their way out in the field, but Arooj has just kept back the openers. What have they got to say for themselves, Ruji?
Right, I've got Muniba Ali and Chamari Atapattu, and they still have a smile on their face because I think they backed themselves to chase 205. Is that the case? You back yourself tonight, this afternoon?
Yes, definitely we'll go for this chase and we'll look forward for the power play and play attacking cricket.
Now, you looked a strong side when you were chasing 133 the other day. Much bigger score. How do you apply yourself in a certain situation?
Just play my natural game, one ball, one time. Just enjoy every moment in the middle.
Plenty of 200s in Pindi, plenty of hundreds by individual players. You have won in the T20 World Cup. Plan to repeat that performance again?
Yes, definitely. If I think I'll get going, I'll definitely go for a big one.
Right, you back yourselves to win?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely. The team in red hot form thinks they can do it. It's back up to you guys.
Thanks, Arooj. A couple of confident players, and why wouldn't they be? Chamari Atapattu has been doing it for a long, long time. All around the world, fearsome ball striker. And of course, Muniba is a rising star of the women's game around the world. That 100 in the World T20. A first in ICC tournaments. Easy for me to say. Sana, help me out here, will you?
Absolutely. I think Muniba was brilliant against Ireland and scored that century. Atapattu, we all know what she's capable of. And the way Amazon have approached their batting, I really liked it. Their 11 was better. And now the bowling also. Fatima Sana bowling with her. She's a new ball specialist. Last match, she came in the third over. So there's a difference, of course, when you put your new ball bowler right in front of these batters. Hopefully she can deliver.
We've seen successful run chases here on this ground in the men's games, Marina, Iqbal. The girls seem pretty confident that they might be able to do something similar here today.
I mean, look at the numbers, look at the lineup. Why wouldn't they be? Muniba Ali, she is just evolving into a wonderful batter up the order and as well as a keeper. And she really likes to go after the ball. Anything in her zone, she will not shy away to punish it. And Chamari Atapattu, she can slay any bowler in the world in any ground. We know that once she keeps on going, it's really hard to contain her.
Well, terrific that there is a score on the board worthy of the players chasing after it. This should be an absolute cracker. Amazons have given themselves a chance of levelling this one up. Of course, we'll go to the decider tomorrow, should they do so. Fatima Sana Khan will take the new ball. Start off around the wicket to the left-handed Atapattu. And away we go. Left-handed Muniba, apologies. Good start. I think one of the things that, again, that we've seen playing here in Pindi, that kind of trying to get the ball underneath the batters a little bit. You've got to go either very full or short. Mix your length up to that degree. Anything on a length just seems to disappear. Bit of movement.
And that's the strength. Fatima Sana, she generally bowls up, pitches up, can bring the ball in and take it away from both the left and right-hander batters. Excellent line, excellent length. That's where you want the new bowler to pitch the ball. Made Muniba play.
That's the area where Muniba Ali slightly is vulnerable, just outside off stump on the 4th line on a good length. Tries to reach for it.
Oh, cut away. That is magnificent. Just a fraction wider, really. Fraction wider, fraction shorter. And she pounced on it immediately. First boundary of the innings. There might be 1 or 2 more.
As a bowler, you keep thinking, what did I do wrong? A little bit short, little bit wide, and Muniba was on it very quickly. Fast hands from Muniba Ali.
Yeah, you don't want to ball her there. She's so good. That's her strength. Any width given, she will pounce on it. Fatma Sana, the previous delivery was better. Closer to the body. Make her and force her to play the shot just around off stump.
Slight overcorrection from Fatima Sana Khan. Debut for Pakistan in women's T20 cricket against South Africa in 2019 and was named ICC Emerging Women's Cricketer of the Year. Having taken 24 wickets and making 165 runs in 2021. Also played in the West Indies for Barbados Royals in the Women's Caribbean Premier League. Steered, oh, that's well fielded. That is really well fielded. Sooner loose, I think, in the covers.
Kainat Imtiaz in the field. He's substitute for Denny White, I guess. One of the fielders from Amazon has not taken the field. Kainat Imtiaz has come in. We still are finding out which fielder it is.
Yeah, we'll try and let you know.
I think fielding will be very crucial because we've seen that Superwoman a little ordinary in the field. Many runs were given away in terms of boundaries as well. Amazon need to pull up their socks. They cannot afford to provide good start to especially this woman, Chamari Atapattu.
And they did miss a chance for Muniba in the last game, if you remember. The very first delivery, Beaumont dropped the catch. It makes a huge difference, fielding.
It's a really good over. Already behind the rate a little, the Superwomen. 6 without loss. Well, the lesser spotted Danny Wyatt at the bowling crease. First came into the England lineup. She was very much an all-rounder before the batting took very much a front seat. 2 left-handers out there. Off spin might well be the order of the day, turning the ball away from the bat.
2 left-handers and an off-spinner coming up. Bring the smile on Sana's face.
Absolutely. That arm ball, the stumps. That's all I can think of when I see an off spinner with the new ball. Arm ball onto the stumps, LBW bowled.
I would like to see a slip as well.
It does look like Amazon have come with better plans today.
Yeah, interesting that Danni Wyatt has gone for the 2 fielders on the leg side. Obviously only 2 fielders out in the opening power play. So Danni Wyatt is obviously looking stumped. She's not trying to turn the ball past the outside edge. Otherwise, she might have had long off back and just had the 1 fielder on the leg side. Looks as though she's changed that to Chamari Atapatu. Feels that she is more likely to go down the ground. But different plans, 2 left-handers, but 2 different ways of trying to combat them.
And in the power play, you cannot give a lot of flight, so she may be looking at bowling more flatter, arm ball. And that is why more fielders on the leg side and 1 protection right in front of the batter's eye.
Good stuff. Something's going to have to give here. I don't want to be wasting overs in the power play when you're chasing over 10 and over from the start. Almost. Far too tight there. No single. That's an excellent over from Danni Wyatt. 2 gone, 8 without loss.
And a total different approach, both these teams today. Amazon were hesitant and not very confident in the first match, and when Super Women have come to bat, they are holding themselves back a little.
I think Super Women were taken by surprise the way Amazon played, especially the start they provided. Danni Wyatt's inning, that would provide a huge difference. Someone from the red team has to repeat that.
Well, the Amazons have done their homework since game 1. Tess Flintoff had taken the new ball, or at least bowled one of the opening overs in that first game. Danni Wyatt bowled in that first contest but didn't take the new ball. I think they've decided that these 2 left-handers need to be tied down with a bit of off-spin. That seems to have worked. Now it's the big Victorian, Tess Flintoff. Good start. Now, many high-profile and high-achieving women at the ground today. Speaking of which, Aruj, who have you got with you?
Right, once again, a very special guest joins us in these women exhibition matches. I've got Mariam Nafis alongside, an actor, a producer, an activist. Anything I've missed out?
No, pretty much all. You covered all.
Right, I was talking to you before we came on air, and you saw the hashtag level playing field.
Yes, I saw that yesterday only, and I was like, this is amazing. This is what we wanted for so long.
So level playing field, not in just sport, I think applies to all organizations, any profession across the globe, across the format.
Yes.
How does that play up in your industry?
We all want equality, you know, worldwide, just not in my industry or in your industry or in sports. It's just like asking for equality wherever we work, wherever we are. So yeah, it means huge.
Now, what we also do is we obviously have global service message. You're wearing a pink ribbon, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Day. How important it is to also send these messages across during games like cricket or any other sport?
You know, it's amazing that PCP being such a huge platform and people following it so much, coming in every day, the broadcasting way and every way, in all aspects. It's very important that we raise awareness, spread awareness, and PCB is just doing the right job.
Well, PCB is certainly doing the right job. We've got the second of the 3 exhibition matches. What have you made of them so far? Have you been following this?
I have been following this, and I am so proud of all these girls and the ones who are looking up to them. I'm sure this is very exciting for everybody, and especially the girls who want to play cricket. Bisma, she's done so well so far. So I'm rooting for both the teams.
You
just
can't
by
do
the
that.
way.
You can't do that.
Oh, please let me.
You can't do that.
This
You got to
the
pick
exhibition
one.
See, the league is coming up, so the exhibition was, let me support both the teams.
Well, it's fantastic to have you and so many superstars from across different professions come out and support our women's cricket and women exhibition matches. It's back up to you guys.
Well, that's been tickled away for 4. Thank you very much to both of you. Great stuff, wonderful messages. And in the true idea of equality. She wants both teams to win, maybe a super over.
Definitely. Much needed boundary for Super Women. They have been tied down today. Tess Flintoff straying down the leg side. All Atapattu had to do was put bat on ball.
Oh, slammed away through the offside. That is vintage Atapattu. Now that is a way to finish off the third over of the power play. 17 without loss.
Oh, there it is. That's what she can do. This time, just enough room given. It was over-pitched. Lovely half volley there. And in comes the bat and power of Atapattu. No chance for any fielder to move. Tess knows it. He made an error and got punished.
Yeah, there was a wry smile on her face, wasn't there? Like, yeah, disappointed to have bowled the bad ball, but also, wow, did you see that? She hit that really well.
It was more like I deserved it.
Anam Amin, the new bowler, T20 specialist. He was player of the match in 2016 World Cup. Against West Indies, starts off with a shorter one, and Muniba Ali tackled it for 4 runs on third.
The surface is so good that you can just back yourself. You're just thinking to yourself, I'm not going to miss it. I can't miss it. I'll give myself a bit of room. Even if it turns or grips a little bit, you can trust the bounce. So, yep, top edge, but calculated risk. Oh, that's straight. That is straight. She has missed one. Oh, and given. And given. I think that's a good decision, you know. She got a long, long way across her stumps. Let's go upstairs.
Okay, copy. Umpire player review for LBW. Original decision is out. TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Let's start with front foot, please. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Front on spin vision is coming. Keep rolling, keep rolling. The ball appears to be close to the bat. To confirm, can I have ultra edge, please? Copy. Ultra edge is building up. Stand by. Ultra edge is coming. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll it through to the pads, please. Okay, satisfy. No bat involved. Go to ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking is coming. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting, wickets hitting. Go back to on-field umpire. You're on screen, signal now.
Yes, Sumaira Farah gets that one absolutely spot on. Muniba Ali had just crept a little bit too far across her stumps. She did indeed miss it, trying to work it on the leg side. She's gone for a runnable 11, and that Super Women have lost their first. 21 for 1.
Important wicket for the Amazon. That brings the new batter on strike, Anam Amin, the T20 specialist, into the action straight away. 4 on the first delivery and a wicket on the second.
Lauren Winfield Hill in at number 3. lost her place in the England side over the last 6 months or so. She's thoroughly enjoying her cricket, playing for the Oval Invincibles, I think, having been captain of the Northern Superchargers. Northern lash through and through, though. But very happy to be down there playing for the Southern Softies at the Oval. And we're very lucky to have her.
And she'll have to be careful, especially with the new ball of Anam Amin. Don't go onto the back foot because she can skid it on. Like Muniba just tried to play it too square, missed it completely.
Oh, wow, wow. Dropped. It was a terrific effort. It's Tess Flintoff in the thick of the action once again. Lauren Winfield-Hill not wasting any time.
Good use of the feet right from the middle of the bat. She would have liked to middle it a bit more. Good running effort there by Tess Flintoff. Couldn't hang on to it. Seems like it has bounced inside the boundary rope.
Just looked like she overran it, ran it in the end. The legwork was good. She actually made the ground, and having done so, should probably have taken the catch. Just got a little bit too close to it, and then it burst through the hands.
That's the right way to put pressure on Anam Amin. She loves bowling that fuller length, and when you're going to come down at her, she will have to change her length. Good batting there.
And that's the safest area where you can go against Anam Amin, because she will always target the stumps. And that's where Muniba erred. Yeah, she knew it was a full-on chance. He's disappointed. They need to grab onto these chances.
Yeah, squeezing tight in the inner ring. The Amazons, 26 for 1.
And good planning, good captaincy from Amazon. 4 bowlers used in 4 overs. So not letting the batters settle, different bowlers every time. Medium pacer, off spinner, left arm spinner.
Buying the time, the Amazons cannot allow Superwoman to just settle in. Chamari a bit reluctant to go big. What I heard in the start was Muniba and Chamari were looking to capitalize on the power play, but never really got to it. And that's, again, as you mentioned, Sana, good captaincy. They never allowed them to settle in against one bowler.
Yeah, bowlers have executed well, as well. And as a consequence of that, the rate has gone up above 11 and over already. Just 4 overs in. Bowled, little off-cutter, I think, from Fatima Sana. And Lauren Winfield-Hill is fortunate.
She's come with intent. She's already had 2 half chances there. Laura Winfield. This time, an inside edge. It could have easily gone onto the stumps, but lucky for her, for 4 runs.
Oh, that's clean. That is a clean strike from Lauren Winfield-Hill. Yeah, they're going to have to get on their bikes, and they're doing so right now.
What you were talking about, Danni White also giving herself room here, making sure that the ball is not very near her. There was space for her to open the arms. Excellent execution. Right from the middle of the bat.
On the up. She never looked up. She knew where the ball was traveling. Brilliant stroke.
It's like batting in an indoor school. Those plastic balls with no seam on. Batters are just standing there and just hitting through the line. Lauren Winfield-Hill with this previous delivery. A bit of a swipe down the ground. Little pose to finish it off.
Definitely a pitch that only batters will enjoy. Don't want to be a bowler, not at all.
Fielder out there now. Well from the over so far, 1 ball left. Just sensing the urgency required now from the Super Women.
They need to capitalize on the power play against the Pacers because they've got Ghulam Fatma now in the playing 11. She'll be very deceiving with her variations, googly and change in pace. Nashra Sandhu on the other end is a very calculated bowler.
Oh, that made a magnificent sound. Crunched over mid-wicket. Lauren Winfield-Hill has come ready to go here. And that has lifted things quite considerably, scoring weight rise. 42 for 1.
You called it before the ball was shot. And Lauren Winfield again with quick arms. Enough space for her to open those arms. She moves down the leg side. He exactly knows where the fielders are. And this was much needed. 42 of 5 for 1.
Picked up into the leg side. That is a good piece of fielding by Kainati Imtiaz. The ball travels. Fielders have to make sure they get behind the ball in order to control the pace at which it is coming with. Two very good stroke makers on the crease. Chamaria Tapadu hits it with some strength as well. Lauren Winfield-Hill didn't get a go in the first game because she wasn't required. The top 4 did the job for Super Women. She's come out, she's got 20 of 9, and more importantly, has gone with her strength, looking to hit straight.
In recent seasons, Lauren Winfield-Hill has been one of those players that England have persevered with despite run of low scores. And she's flicked this away and she'll get a boundary for this. But she kept her place in the side for a long time when many were saying she's had too many chances. But there is now competition for places. The Sophie Dunkleys of the world, they've come in from the England side. She's picked this up nicely.
Oh, in the domestic competition, Lauren used to wicket keep as well. And I know that because I played on the same team with her back in 2010, 2011 when I was in England. And Lovely. Once again, looking to hit straight down the ground, over mid-off, and also brings up their 50. Oh, the super women with a super charge here.
Lovely striking. Point of impact very still, so always in control of the shot. Mid off in the circle, just pops it over. This is a good power play. Good start for Superwomen so far. 51 of the first 6. Now as the field spreads a little, the middle overs is where the Amazons really prospered. Now as this field spreads and more spin will be bowled, this will probably be the moment or the period of play which will define the game.
Left arm spin, Nashra Sandhu. Picked up 1 wicket the other day, bowled her 3 overs for 23. She's one of the 3 left arm spinners that Pakistan have. Has given a little bit of air. Oh, that is not good. That is not good at all from Alia Riaz.
Now, as one of the more experienced cricketers, you expect this to be stopped. I know that Chamari Athapaththu hits the ball hard, but you've got to get something behind it. Yeah, she might well slap the surface, playing surface, but get something behind it.
Strength on display once again through the fielders. And this is where game awareness comes in. The outfield is very quick, so the ball slicks, or is surface slightly slicker, so it skids on off the grass. And when you've got the strength of Chamari Athapaththu, you want to get into good positions. Get your body behind the ball and be ready with the momentum that the ball will give you on impact, and stabilize your base as well.
Thing is with Chamari Athapaththu at the other end is that she does hit the ball so hard as anyone in the game, down the pitch. And what they are doing, Superwomen, here is that they're just keeping tabs with Amazons, who are 59 for 1 at this stage. Superwomen are 57 for 1. It's important that they keep that run rate and keep the scoreboard ticking over. You don't want to lag too far behind.
I think that's bad first.
And just the example there, because of the fact that they're hitting the ball so hard, the fielders inside the circle are right on that 30-yard edge. So if it just goes in to the offside or the leg side, there's always a single, because you much rather give yourself a bit of room as the ball's traveling quickly towards you most times.
Once again down the track, once again over the fence, once again a really big hit from Lauren Winfield Hill. She's playing a really good hand in this big monstrous chase of 204.
What she's done well here, she's gone down the pitch. That's the main thing. Look at the footwork. It's so good. And then when she gets there, it's just a swing of the bat, and she helps it round a bit squarer with that bottom hand.
Once again, this time it would be 1 bounce straight to the fielder. This time Alia Riaz does better. The overs cost them 14, is 65 for 1.
Muniba Ali, bowled by LBW Anam Amin for 11. Chamari Athapaththu, the Sri Lankan opening bat. 16 from 15. She's been a little quiet. when you consider that Lauren Wingfield Hill is 36 from just one ball more. Nedada Sunelus, the South African captain, still to come. But it's important that these two now, they really form a partnership. It's already started, 44 from 22.
Puts it away. It was there to be put away and tucks it round her legs. String and leg side, and the over once again starts with the boundary.
Yeah, that's not bowling to the field. Tess Flintoff, the Victorian from Australia. That's a leg stump, outside leg stump, full toss. Your fielder is inside the circle, so that's giving your fielder there no chance.
It's much better. She's followed her. Lauren Winfield Hill moved early, trying to open up the offside. And Tess Flintoff up to the task. Good partnership, 48 from 24. And they need to keep up with the run rate, and they've just done that.
It's almost as if when Lawrence backs away, it's almost going to Tess Flintoff's strength, because the angle is always going down there. Now, the ramp shot, that is a better option.
Near slow-mo.
With the angle, the ball is always angling into the leg stump, and you work with the angle rather than against it.
The problem is her action, and she's not going to get it straight while she's got an action like this. Have a look, she's already leaning over. Her body tilts left, so she puts herself left, and her arm is beyond the vertical when she's bowling from the top. There. That's a good hit again.
Into the leg side, they look for two. Chamari has to go back.
So she needs to spend some time to get this action modified. Good approach, this is good. You know, she's nicely balanced here, but then she loads up well, and then she pulls away, and she's not quite looking at her target. Her head has gone off the pitch. She needs her head to come down to the target, down to the batter, and that'll keep her on track. And it's almost guesswork with the bowling arm. And that's why she fires it in down the leg side. She's not going to have enough control with that hand behind the ball, her bowling hand.
So now with a left-hander on strike, it probably works in her favor. The ball from round the wicket will probably just move away. So this is better for her, bowling to a left-hander.
Yeah, I think she's got to come round the wicket. She can't come over the wicket. You see, she's already going there. Her head's gone sideways. Crunched and well stopped as well. That should just be one. No. Athapathy wants to go back for two. It's got to hurry. That is very tight.
Copy that. Review for run out at strikers end. TV umpire to director. We have a umpire review for run out at strikers end. Can I have your best side on angle, please? Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll it back, roll it back, roll it back. Now roll it forward. Yeah, okay, satisfy.
OUT, a run out. And it was an excellent throw from Fatma Sana Khan at the boundary. A much needed breakthrough. It's also broken a 54-run stand between Hill and Attappattu. Attappattu with a runner ball 17, Super Women 75 for 2.
It was hit hard into the outfield, and after the misfield from Nashra Sandhu, Fatma Sana was very good to pick up the ball, the one-handed throw back, and a very good throw. Danny White collecting the ball in front of the stumps, but being in alignment with the stumps. Tamara Yatapatu was found short of the crease.
Iram Javed. And I know nothing about this cricketer, so you're going to have to tell us. Bazid?
Powerful striker, a big stroke maker.
The cricketer that we're missing is Aisha Naseem, who looks to be the real future for Pakistan women's cricket.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I saw her suffer the hamstring injury in Cape Town, and hamstrings take many weeks to recover.
Right, time to head downstairs. Marina Iqbal has another special guest with her.
Well, I am in presence of the lovely Mawra Hussain. She's the model, actress and an entrepreneur. Mawra, welcome and thank you so much for your presence here. Just let me know कि जब आपको exhibition matches का पता चला कि यहाँ पे हो रहे हैं, what was your reaction?
Assalamu alaikum. My reaction वही था जो सबका होना चाहिए. I was thrilled. I was super excited. I think this is the first step towards something extremely great, inshallah.
And you obviously have a long career ahead of yourself and you have faced a lot of struggles. So उस time पे आपने अपने आप को कैसे motivate रखा?
I think you just have to keep going. You just have to never give up. Even if you fall down, कितनी बार भी गिरे, उठना पड़ता है दोबारा. और बस you have to keep going. That's the trick.
Especially for women, when we talk about all over Pakistan, बहुत different fields हैं और अब काफ़ी माशाल्लाह नाम भी लड़कियां कमा रही हैं. How important is to have a role model?
I think it's extremely important, and especially with these kind of games, जब international players आ रहे हैं और हमारी younger stars के साथ खेल रहे हैं, I think they will find role models in these senior players, and I think it's extremely important to have some kind of guidance, someone to look up to.
And overall, we know that cricket or film industry, या जितने भी actors हैं, they come together a lot. What would be your message to your industry to come and back our girls?
I don't have to give a message to anybody else. I'm going to come back the girls, inshallah. And I think जैसे जैसे ये league successful होगी, अभी तो ये सिर्फ exhibition matches हैं. Inshallah, we're headed towards a big league for women. So I think सब खुद ब खुद आते जाएंगे for the support because our girls are brilliant.
And lastly, we are also have a sort of a awareness day for breast cancer. Any message you want to like to give to the audience?
I'm just happy that we have this wonderful platform with PCB, and it's wonderful that we are using it for breast cancer awareness and for Women's Day. I think it's always important to talk about women's rights, and you know any platform would do. So we are going to continue to just advocate the rights and keep going.
I'm going to put you in a spot. Which team are you backing right now?
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one because जो पिछला match है वो Super Women जीती हैं, तो मेरा I think Amazon should win today. फिर ताकि परसों समझ में आए कि होना क्या है.
And I hope to see you tomorrow as well in this crown.
Inshallah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your presence, and we all wish you all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you, and I wish all of you all the very best. I hope that ये exhibition matches बहुत आगे तक जाएं, ये league बहुत बड़ी हो inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Marina, and excellent to have support of women stars from across different professions come out and support. Well, she's been watching the game, Marwa, because she thinks 1-1 and then tomorrow a good final. Nashra Sandhu.
Yes, got a bit of work to do here. Her first over, she conceded 14. Got to get it back on track.
Probably happy with two right-handers now in. The first bowling to the right-hander, left-arm spin. Does possess a good arm ball, quite quick through the air, very accurate, but the one that doesn't spin or comes on with the arm is that wicket-taking delivery.
Yeah, good awareness by Nashra as well, keeping long off and long on very straight, because Lauren Winfield Hill has been targeting straight down the ground. And she goes again, bisecting the field to absolute perfection. That is, for me, the shot of the day so far. Also brings up a 50, and quite in some style.
She had the awareness of where those fielders were, and she picked her spot straight back over the bowler's head. What a good 50 this is. Strike rate of 221.
This time through the offside. This has been a magnificent innings, an incredible one. She's kept up with the rate, and what a way to bring up your half century. Timing on that, the placement. She held her shape, and the superwoman, she's doing it again. Well done, Lauren. Through the offside, up and over, what a hit. Iram Javed into the action as well.
Well, you said the shot of the match was the previous one. I think the shot of the match is this one. It is a fantastic hit. It's slowed up outside off stump. It's good bowling. She's seen the batter coming and she's tossed it up wide and slow. But this is just spectacular. Extra cover. Stays with the shot. It's just so classy and goes a long, long way.
Yep, that shot jumps up the list. That is the best so far.
Yeah, I have to go with Basil on this one. Sorry.
Unlucky.
Not often I agree with him. But on this occasion, yes. Outstanding shot from Iram Javed.
This is really good from Iram Javed. Enzio with a single, 13 have come off it. At the halfway mark, the super women, they're 92 for 2.
It's a good progress here. When you do the comparison halfway stage for the two sides. I would say 10 runs ahead, Amazons, after 10 overs. But still, they know the target. Slog sweeps that one. Couple of bounces. It's well done.
Iram Javed has been a great player, especially in the middle overs. She comes in, she's an impact player. When you talk about her averages, she might not average a lot, but whenever she's come with intent.
This time inside out, and she's played that nicely to beat the fielder. For a moment I thought long off will be in play, but that's a maximum.
And it surprises me how she has been dropped from the Pakistan T20 team, because this is what she can do. Good use of the feet, and the best part about her hitting is it's always on the offside, mostly on the offside.
Sana, I agree with you. Where has she been? They could have used her in South Africa. With this power, this was what Pakistan were missing.
And ironically, she was not batting to 2019. She won us 2 games batting number 4, number 5. Then she was dropped to number 7. Then she was asked to open the innings, and then she was dropped from the team. So whenever the management and think tank are taking a decision, And that's a brilliant shot from this time from Laura Winfield. And 6 again. That's what the Super Women need.
Well, they're both inspiring each other here. It's a terrific blow. Look at those outstretched arms, full extension of the arms there. And she held her poise. So an injection of runs here, and Iram Javed with a couple of 6s as well. Well, those 2 6s over extra cover, as good as we've seen all day.
It's the end of the over. 11 gone, 107 for 2.
And that's what I'm saying, coming back to the point of playing Iram Javed. When the think tank and people are making decisions, it's important that you give players chance at the number they have performed. She was performing number 4, number 5, but then too much change in the batting order and she was dropped.
$50, not that over. Just brings the equation down to 98 or 54. You take that on a pitch like this, and with 8 wickets in hand, Lauren and Iram both looking good, keeping up that strike rate. Lauren 218, Iram at 163. Into a third over, Danny White.
In good change of batting order from the Super Women. They've promoted Iram Javed up the order, have made sure they have experienced Sunelise and Nida at the end of the innings. And this will be a good contest because Iram has a bit of vulnerability against off spin.
Or she loves to attack the bowling. So 2 dot balls. If she taps another dot ball here, it's building a little pressure on her and she'll be looking for the big shot. It looks like she's a bit an adrenaline player.
And someone who always plays for the team.
That's nicely done. This beats that short third. Might not go to the boundary. Will surely earn them another couple.
And this is where she is maturing a little bit. She did not go and have had a big swing on that third delivery. A bit of touch there. Ghulam Fatma, the fielder, on third.
I thought there were 2 on that. That was played wide off long on. Just to 1.
Well, at this stage, Amazons had just pulled ahead. They were 121 for 1 at this stage. Super Women 110 for 2. They're not far out of touch.
Smartly done. Just moving across outside off to work it on the onside. Big gaps there. The outfielders have been very good. Every time they're restricting them to just a single.
This match is going to go to the wire. We still have Nida Dar in the dugout. Sunelise.
End of the over, 12 gone. It's a 1-1-1 for 2. And it's also the moment where I'm waiting for your signal. It's the timeout. Yes. Women's League Exhibition Match 2. Amazons once again winning the toss and posting a big total this time round, 204 for 3. Super Women not far behind, 94 of 48 required. Nidha Dar, the captain, on the left. Alan, when you actually look at this match as of now, you just feel that Amazons missed out on a great opportunity with that pitch. Was also so good to bat on. Scored 480 the men after that.
Yeah, I think Chamri Adapatu will regret her second run attempt. Here's Fatima Sana. And they're going to look for a second here as well. Danny Wyatt's the fielder. She's got a good arm. Yeah, Chamri Adapatu went for that second run. It was always going to be risky, and now she's a spectator. She's watching, and she should still be out there. That's the problem, because she is the hungry, she's the run getter. A serious one, as Danny Wyatt is and was for Amazon with her 97.
What Amazon fielders in the deep are doing well is they're restricting them to one, and that is going to have an impact. 3 occasions in the previous over and then now. It's just not allowing that second one. Quick release of the balls, and that will surely show in the end result.
And Fatima Sana, she has got a lot of different variations, and I'm sure she's going to try some here, because on this pitch, if you're bowling with the same pace, the batters can get a hang of it. Different field for Laura Winfield. 3 fielders on the leg side, 1 long off.
I would think that Fatima Sana will be bringing out the slower ball if they're going to attack her. There, well, that's a much slower delivery. That's the one. She disguises it so well. She runs in, it's no change of action. It's just the way she feathers her fingers down the side of the ball.
You called for it, and it's right there. And the best thing about it, the length was really good, but the line, she knew that Lauren Winfield was giving herself space and area on the leg side, so she bowled right next to the wide line.
Yeah, 25 kilometers less than that previous delivery. From 105 to 80 with the same arm speed. This time following the batter, just a single.
Not only has she bowled that with almost like a half grip, but she's got the ability to feather her fingers down the side of the ball. She can also deliver it like a leg spinner, and there's no change in the speed of her arm going through the action. It's a really nice delivery, this. And I think the slower deliveries will be the ones that Fatima Sana will be looking to deploy here.
It's a nice looking straight hit. Still can't beat the fielder. Long off is pretty straight.
And Bisma understands Iram Javed a lot. They have played against each other a lot. So for Iram Javed, they have got an extra cover fielder back, long off back. That's why there has been no boundary in this over. Any over without a boundary is going to put a lot of pressure on Super Women. The required run rate almost 12.5.
The sweeper cover now in place, and square leg comes in. She'd probably like to have a second look, but it's a wide signal by the umpire.
Copy that. TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. Can I have front foot please first? It's a fair delivery. Can I have front on spin vision please? Yeah. Okay, there is a gap between bat and ball. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can I have side on angle for stumping, please? Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, satisfied. Bat is grounded, bat is grounded. I made my decision for big screen.
Not out. The right call. Yeah, Lauren was trying to make room for herself, realized the ball was pretty much wide outside the off stump, tried to chase it. Just back in the crease in time. Yeah, too much time given. Too much time given to play that behind the square on the onside.
A brilliant shot by Lauren Winfield, 120 after 13. And she knew exactly where the fielders were. Both the fielders on the third and fine were in. She created that space for herself. What a great shot.
I think she anticipated the slower delivery again, working on the lack of pace. So she had time to get into that position to play the shot. Now I think what Fatima Sana has to do, she's got 1 over to go, is to vary her pace and get a couple of quicker deliveries in, so not 2 out of 3 at the moment are slower balls, and they're reading that. They're anticipating the slower delivery.
And this over will definitely be very important. We've got the chairman, Najam Sethi, here. Anam Amin, 1 over 9 for 1. So her 3 overs are going to be very crucial.
Runs have just, boundaries I should say, have just dried up.
Yeah, they've got to get a few because the asking rate is creeping up all the time. It's heading towards 13 and over. So a couple of boundaries here. Very much on the agenda.
And Anam is going to try to bowl that fuller Yorker length, and that's why she's got 4 fielders in front of the batter on the boundary. She is small in height. She doesn't have a very tall height and a round arm action, so it's a very flat trajectory. So getting an elevation on her is not easy.
Sometimes you see that flight, the ball goes above the eye line, it becomes so tough to hit that ball. It just never arrives, and it works for the bowler.
And this is where Nida will be thinking, why didn't she bring herself on a little earlier and bowl her all 4 quota overs, because this is a very good score at the end.
Yeah, same thing, just can't put it away for a boundary.
They've got plenty of time here to attack Nasha Sandhu, but I beg your pardon, and I'm in, but because she bowls it so slowly. But they're just getting too close to the pitch of the ball, and in the end the bat is just squeezing the ball almost like a Yorker. No, she's hit it nicely, paddled away. Well done. Iman Fatima with the good chase saves the boundary.
And what makes Anam really effective is because of the low trajectory, the round arm action, and she keeps the stumps in play all the time. So batters, they really have to take the risk while giving themselves room, or the pedal sweep, because they have to play it in front of the stumps.
Ooh. Dot ball, 50 partnership of 36 rather, and 125 for 2. There you can see the difference. That red worm's got that dip now. Just trying to keep up with the Amazons. Got to touch that blue line. And at the moment with just at one boundary in a couple of overs is making these super women fall behind. 13.3 now required. They need a couple of big overs here.
A lot of discussions among the senior players with Bisma Maroof, Danny White, Tess Flintoff. She has been a bit expensive, and this will be a big, important over. This is going to set the tone for the rest of the game. She has given 19 of 2. They still have Danny White, Anna Mameen's 2 over, Nashra's 2 over, Ghulam Fatima's left with 2. So a lot of bowling options.
Sometimes I wonder, you see in football you have the placard is raised with the jersey number and you swap a player, and you can always make anybody active and get into the team. Cricket should also have something like that. If you just want to make way and get your power hitters, why should you wait for yourself to be dismissed?
You can retire a player.
They never do.
Little flick. That'll be enough. I think that's enough for 4. It is. And Super Women need a few more boundaries to get this required rate, lower than 13.
They will have to make this over big, at least a 20-run over. It's 5 of the first 2 deliveries. And Lauren Winfield, she has played this shot so well throughout her innings. Because Tess Flintoff has got pace on the ball, this is the over they need to target. Iram Javed striking at 118, that needs to go up as well now.
Oh, that's nice. That's clever, that's smart, that's T20.
It's a very good shot, played with very calm thought process here from Lauren Wingfield-Hill. She's going along at 208, her strike rate. She was in total control of the shot. So a couple of boundaries here, and it's just given an injection of momentum for the Super Women. 71 required from 33. Lauren Winfield-Hill is the key player, but there's plenty of firepower to come.
Bisma's got a lot of options left. And that's why this over needs to go big for Super Women to stay in the chase, because the required run rate still almost 13.
Problem now for Tess Flintoff is that she's conceded consecutive boundaries off the 2nd and 3rd ball. So she knows she's gone for 9 in this over, 3 balls to complete it. And you'll bet that Lauren Winfield-Hill has not finished with her yet. She wants to get a few more boundaries in this over.
Well, that's well done by the keeper. That was going for some serious extras. It's a wide yes. When you look at Lauren, there's an interesting stat that comes. Whenever she scores 75 or more, her team never loses.
Now that is a stat. That is a stat. All right, well, she's got 77.
Once again, this time she just doesn't get it as fine as she would have liked to beat that fielder. Got 11 already, and there's still 2 balls to go in the over. They could make this the big one that Sana was saying, somewhere around 20.
They will have to, and Iram Javed, who has hit really good 2 sixes, but the strike rate is 118. That has to go up now.
And just gets away with that. Very close to that line.
just feel now with one ball to complete this 15th, Super Women need another boundary here. Tess Flintoff has been vulnerable. She's gone for 30 in 2.5. She looks like a bowler who's lacking in confidence, not quite sure where her line and length are. They need a boundary, this ball.
Catch it is a call. It's far away from that fielder. Oh yes, almost. Some finger on it. Alia was in the deep, trying to attempt that catch, and the batters complete a couple.
Ali has not had a good day in the field today. Missed a 4 before, and this time a missed chance for Iram Javed.
It's 138 for 2.
Well, not much to commend the review or the look upstairs for the run out, but plenty to commend in the cricket that we've seen here today. 35 overs of high quality ball striking. Once again, another magnificent batting strip here at Pindi. A couple of girls from the UK who are going great guns. Danny Wyatt in the first innings fell 3 short of what would have been a third T20 century for her, albeit that these statistics would not go towards her overall career. Now Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's playing magnificently. Oh, was that a chance? Was there a little bit of bat on that? I heard a little noise in my ear, Aruj.
Tammy Bowman behind the stumps. Normally a reaction gives it away, or the bowler. Both sort of played it down, and probably why, because the ball also went straight into the ground.
Very, very difficult to defend here at Pindi, even more so in the women's game, because just for those of you who aren't aware, he allowed 4 fielders outside of the 25-yard circle in women's T20 cricket, which means that there's always a gap, maybe 2. Another dot. Really good this from Anna.
Very good.
Yeah, Anam knows Iram inside out. He knows where she's targeting. Just a bit of change of pace. Was there to be hit? That's her strength zone. The extra cover this time had no connection whatsoever.
Frustrated, the ball just sliding up underneath the bat, unable to get any sort of leverage on it. This is a really good over. Right now up above 15 and over.
The dot's not helping. That's probably why Lawrence walked down and just had a chat with Iram that if at least you can't connect, get off strike, rotate. The dot ball's mounting up, and so is the run rate. It's 15.
Very good, very good.
And that is telling on the Super Women.
Gone! Bullseye for Anam. Iram Javed, the pressure told in the end. She couldn't get it away and has ended up losing her timber.
One-dimensional cricket for Iram. Repeatedly tried to go inside out over the extra cover. Again on this occasion, a wild swing. It was Fuller. Never managed to get underneath it. Look at the delight. It got her. Doing some damage control on Amin. Just one run off the over and a wicket of Iram. Has to go back after 28. Superwoman 139, 3 down.
needed the skipper needs a leadership innings here. Strike rate doesn't suggest that she's going to be the one to get them over the line. To get Lauren Winfield-Hill on strike as much as she possibly can.
Get it.
And the dot. Now that is a superb over in defence. Just the one from it, 139 for 3.
Just trying to muscle the ball. Yorks herself in the end. Was beaten with the angle and the flight. The round arm action from Anam Amin. Got extreme control over the ball. He was excited. Yep, very excited. That was the end of Iram Javed. Anam's got 2 for the game, has bowled really well. 3 overs just for the 15. And the Amazons and the skipper will be very happy that she still has one up her sleeve. What a game we've had so far. 204 for 3, courtesy 97 and 73 from Danny White and Bisma Maroof respectively. Matuba Hassan with the 2 wickets. And in reply now, they need 66 of 24, the Super Women. And I think that's Lauren Winfield-Hill. Well, she will have to be out there. She will have to play probably a carbon copy of Danny White's innings here and stay till the end.
Yeah, she might have to go a little further. Support has been lacking really from the other batters in the Super Women lineup. They've all gone to run a ball. Goes for that reverse again, and only hit the fielder. And that'll suit the Amazons just fine, getting Lauren Winfield-Hill off strike first ball.
That's what the dot deliveries do. It just adds and mounts pressure on the batter who's been striking the ball, because she becomes a bystander on the other side. And with every couple of dot deliveries, the run rate jumps. Now it's up to 17. And that's the impact of the dot delivery. So it's at a point where Nida even needs to swing for everything. It has to be aggressive from both ends.
One's good. One. Yeah, Tessie girl. Yes, throw.
Shouts too, but not sure Lauren Winfield-Hill was ever that interested in coming back. She needs the strike.
It's going to be harder against Ghulam Fatma, even more so because she doesn't allow any pace whatsoever. You have to put in some of the muscle yourself to clean the boundary line.
Yeah, bit of muscle, but not enough. That's the wicket. Is that the game? Celebrations out there for the Amazons. They're in this contest. It doesn't matter that it's exhibition cricket. They are absolutely up for this, and that's the end of Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Yeah, that is probably the game. And as so often do leg spinners do, pick up wickets at crucial times. Again, the spin. A really well-judged catch by the Aussie Tess Flintoff on the boundary. Ghulam Fatma, she's been pelted around the park, but not on this occasion. She can be delighted because it is Lauren Winfield-Hill who walks back. What a knock she's played. The Super Women would be very delighted for the 80 that she got. They're 141 for 4.
Sunilus, South Africa captain. Oh, gets away with a crisply swept 4. Welcome to the crease.
First ball for her. Just came into playing 11 and out of the middle. Good roll of the wrist.
Yes, Shabash. Very good.
Ghulam Fatma never allowed any pace on that delivery. Nicely flighted, good length, She went for it, but really couldn't control the bat swing. Straightforward catch to Tess.
Loose, cuts loose again. Well, that's a terrific strike. 150 comes up for the Super Women. Nida Dar this time in on the act.
Its boundaries is what they need, and it's best to get them in maximum form. Gave herself room into the leg side because she moved across for a very slightly fuller delivery. Still managed to get under to get the elevation. 60 meters, that hit. Bisma Maroof has 3 overs here. She needs to defend 53. In terms of options, he has plenty of them. No bowler has bowled out so far. Fatma Sana's got one, Danny White's got one, Tess Flintoff, Anam Amin, Nasha's got 2, Ghulam Fatma's got 1. Anam's definitely bowling one of those. Danny White's bowling this one. Reckon maybe if plenty of runs are there, toss the ball back up to Ghulam Fatma.
Yeah, definitely. Or maybe Fatma Sana if they want to end up with a pacer. Ghulam Fatma, she really challenges at the end of the innings and cannot hit big. Danny White, what a day she had. Splendid innings. And now with the ball.
It's inside out. Over extra cover. Fielder on the sweep boundary was pretty straight. They'll scamper back for 2. Need more than 2s.
Fielding has been decent from Amazon. Superwoman might need to think. One catch dropped by Alia. Superwoman, when reflecting on this match, they might think they missed out in capitalizing the power play.
It's in the air and taken. A little bit of a bubble, a little bit of a juggle. But Bisma holds on and Danny Wyatt picks up a wicket. She is having one heck of a day here in Pindi.
Yeah, the skipper's having a good day. So is their team. Danny White with her off spin. She's tried to hit it out of the park, Sunellis, and Bisma Maroof, well, eventually. Normally a very good fielder. And that face, yep, she can be very, very happy about this effort all round.
That's the first time I've seen her smile in this inning so far. Sune goes for 7. Superwoman are lagging behind. 5 down on 154.
Well, there's a lot of talk that the teams were perhaps a little bit unbalanced in the first game and that it was a little bit of a mismatch. The Amazons have obviously gone away and thought about that and thought, hang on a second, we're here to play as well. We've got some high quality players. They put on a terrific show here in the first half. Won the toss, decided to bat first, put 204 on the board. And they're defending it exceptionally well. Tahuhu can't get away first ball either.
That's the wicket. She had to go for it. Sweep shot, one of her strengths. Bisma Maroof plays herself there. A wide swing once again. No connection there. They might be feeling they missed out an opportunity to capitalize the power play. They had Muniba, they had Atapattu. Tad slower to start off.
She just thought that she might just make her day better. Why not? Give it a try. I don't think so. 18 done, 154.5. 51 is what they need of 12.
All right, 51 from 12. It's not impossible. It is, however, unlikely. And should the Amazons hang on here, it means we're all set up for a fantastic finish. Gone! Safe hands. Brilliant stuff from Fatma, the opening bowler. And everything going right for the Amazons.
Ghulam Fatma with the catch, Fatma Sana with the ball. The Fatma do complete this wicket. Nida Dar making room, trying to hit it. All she does is help the ball on its way. Very good catchable height. Could have looked to play it over the fielder and doesn't do it, or goes back for 7. Super Women now 154 for 6.
Yeah, it does mean that the likelihood is we've got a decider on our hands here tomorrow. Forget that if you've got tickets for the men's game in the evening, free entry to watch the women play. And if you've seen any of the action today, you'll be a fool to miss it. Excellent pitch, really good batting on both sides. And despite the fact that these games are exhibition matches, they've been very fiercely contested. Swung away, there's a fielder there. It's impressed you about the difference in the Amazons today from a couple of days ago. They've come out with a little bit more of a plan, a bit more intent perhaps.
Definitely, and also a few changes that actually worked. Got Iman and Ghulam Fatma, seeing that how spinners did work for Super Women. Batted brilliantly, especially Danny Wyatt. And Bisma Maroof. That's through. Runs, it doesn't matter how they're coming. Straying down the leg, Fatma Sana. And all the who needed, the some part of the wood into the gap.
Yeah, she can be a dangerous striker, the Tahuhu. Those long levers to good effect. On this occasion, just manages to get the inside half of the bat, bisecting those two fielders behind square on the leg side.
And in comparison, when we look at Superwoman inning, I think what Lauren did was almost replicate what Danny White did, but she was running out of partners, and that's exactly where Bisma's inning was crucial. She made it work with Danny White, and when the time was right, when she got out, she took the responsibility. Probably one-dimensional batters in Superwoman and never clicked together.
Yeah, I think perhaps they just were too happy to allow Winfield Hill to do all the work. Gone, round the legs, knocked over, a smile on the face of Fatima Sana. And it's all falling apart pretty quickly here for the Superwomen.
Mehani trying to be cheeky against Fatma Sana. She can bat, but on this occasion just allowed the ball to come quite near. You should be reaching for it when playing that scoop. This bit of glove helped on to disturb the woodwork. They've been clinical, the bowlers and batters as well. Things are falling now. Mehani has to go back. 7 down, Superwoman 160.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good comeback from the Amazons. Just feel that, again, in the partnerships, along with Lauren Winfield Hill, when she was going so well, a lot of deliveries chewed up by partners. Batters only scoring at a runner ball on this excellent surface.
That's the beauty of this league. You can see Sana Mir there, right in the middle. What a role model she has been. All the players coming in, giving all the masterclass they can to the youngsters. That is absolute delight to watch.
Perhaps a little bit of glove on that on the way through to Midland leg stump. Bit of a rough time of it with the new ball. Fatima Sana, but has come back nicely. Finishes off with figures of 2 for 38 from her 4. 44 required off the last. Should be a wicket. Is a wicket. Oh, that's a wonderful, wonderful take. Alia Riaz with the diving catch. That's out cricket of the highest quality.
That is some exceptional fielding. Alia Riaz dropped one earlier, but made up for that with 2 brilliant catches in the deep. It's running it. It was always dying on her. They might have another look. Soft signal is out. I think they will take it upstairs. Yes, they will.
TV umpire to director who need to check fair catch.
Well, there's been
soft signal is out.
I suppose. Make sure
Can I
you
have
get
front
the
foot
decision
please
right.
first? Fair delivery. Your best angle for the catch, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Ball straight into the hands of the fielder. Roll it forward, roll it forward, roll it forward. Yeah, okay, satisfy the catch.
Well, I'm not sure who was casting any doubt on that, because the batter is already off the park, and everybody else on the field thought it was out. Brilliant catch, a moment perhaps a little bit ruined, but nevertheless it will be replayed once or twice, I should not wonder. Oh, have another go, have another go. That one's definitely out. No need for any sort of signal, soft, hard or otherwise. Let the celebrations begin.
It's catching practice for Alia in the deep. Anam Amin with the ball. Alia on the receiving end. That's the duo working for the Amazon. Against the line and length. She had to go for it. Went for it, but straight down the throat. This time no dive in to take out any sort of distractions of the umpire's mind. Another one down, superbly bowled by Anam Amin. Sadia gone on duck. 9 down, 161, Superwoman.
Excellent. Another good take from Alia. Means that Anam Amin will be on a hat-trick. She also has 4 wickets as well, 4 for 15. She's never taken 5 in a T20 before. It won't be a hat-trick. Still got 3 deliveries left to try and pick up the 5 for. Here are the 2 catches, and both of them well worth watching again.
Brilliant second game. These are the catches. Shimmy down the track. Never got the hold of that shot, but brilliant from Alia. And again, it's the wild slog outside Ostam, reaching for it.
Another one in the air. Danny Wyatt can't get there. Well, it's been a terrific performance, a really good comeback from the Amazons. Very difficult to gel these teams together in such a short space of time. Been disappointed with their showing in the first outing. And they have pulled together beautifully and turned in an excellent performance. It'll be a huge win for the Amazons. They win this one by 41 runs, setting up a decider tomorrow. Super Women will be stung and perhaps a little bit complacent in the face of the Amazons after their showing in the opening game. But this has been a terrific turnaround. It means a lot to them, despite the fact that these games are non-competitive. I'll try telling that to the 22 players who've been out there on the field, because they have given it everything this afternoon and put on a really good show for us all here in Pindi.
Clinical performance from Amazon. They were tactically on spot. They made the right changes. The execution was right. Starting from the batting, what an innings from Danni Wyatt. 3 short of a century, but she set the tone and followed up with the skipper's brilliant innings. Held everything together for the Amazons, and when they came in defending, the bowlers did their job, the fielders did their job, and they literally swept the match away from the Superwomen.
Well, disappointment on the faces of the Superwomen. It was perhaps not their best showing in the field in the first half of the game. Danni Wyatt played quite magnificently, of course, put them under all sorts of pressure with the ball. And any time you're asked to score over 200 in a T20 game, you've got to have everything go right for you in the run chase, and that certainly was not the case, Lauren Winfield-Hill aside. So a good afternoon stroke evening for the English women on show. And a really good afternoon as well. Very pleased for Bismar Maroof, who played quite magnificently in support of Danni Wyatt and also captained the side superbly. Kept the batters guessing with lots of bowling changes in the power play. He was pretty canny in her use of the spinners through the middle, and all in all it has meant that we are set up for a decider here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Will we have the same 11s out there, or will they ring the changes? There's a look at the Super Women's card. Didn't get off to the sort of flying start that perhaps they needed or was absolutely necessary to chase this one down. Muniba Ali gone for just 11 for a runner ball. Chamari Atapattu as well, the same. Both of them striking at just 100 when they needed something closer to 140. And Lauren Winfield-Hill came in and took over proceedings and played a quite magnificent innings, whether hitting down the ground or reverse sweeping, scooping. But that partnership with Iram perhaps wasn't quite quick enough, and the rest of the innings fell away quite dramatically towards the end as the pressure and run rate built. 2 wickets for 38 for Fatima Sana, 1 for 17 for Danni Wyatt. She is really enjoying herself here in Pakistan. And Amin with 4 for 17, a terrific showing from her. And all in all, the Amazons, on what has been a plum batting track, put on a terrific show in the field and with the ball. Just confirmation then that Amazons won the toss, batted first, made 204, made the Super Women sweat and chase it all over the place in the field in the first half, and then they strangled them in the run chase, winning by 41 runs. And let's head outside to Sana Amir. Who have you got with you?
And I've got the champion bowler Anam Amin, a T20 specialist. Anam 4 ओवर में 17 रन और 4 विकेट्स। कितना पसंद है T20 फॉर्मेट और कितना मज़ा आया आज वापस अपनी बॉलिंग करके?
जी बहुत मज़ा आया। सबसे पहले तो मैं अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करती हूँ कि अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे इसकी तौफीक दी और मैंने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और टीम को मैच भी जितवाया। और मेरा बस यही होता है कि मैं जहाँ पे भी बॉल करूँ अच्छे से अच्छा करूँ और कंटेन करूँ।
पावर प्ले में 1 ओवर करा, उसमें मुनीबा की इंपॉर्टेंट विकेट ली और मिडल ओवर्स में आके यॉर्कर्स का इस्तेमाल ज़्यादा किया। क्या चल रहा था जिस वक्त आप बॉलिंग पे आई हैं? दोनों क्या डिफरेंस था आपकी पावर प्ले की बॉलिंग में और मिडल ओवर्स में?
जी पहले मेरा नए बॉल पे यही था कि आज मैंने सिर्फ मुंह पे बॉल नहीं करने, और दूसरे एंड पे जब मैं दोबारा बॉल करने आई थी तो यही सोच रही थी कि आज सिर्फ यॉर्कर की ज़रूरत है तो यॉर्कर ही करूँ बस।
और चेंज ऑफ पेस का भी इस्तेमाल करती हुई नज़र आई हैं, वो कितनी इफेक्टिव थी आपकी, और ऑब्वियसली बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट ये 4 विकेट्स थी टीम की जीत के लिए।
जी बिल्कुल ऐसा ही है, मैच से पहले आपसे बात कर ली थी मैंने, तो वो बहुत मेरे लिए इफेक्टिव रहा और मेरी अल्लाह का शुक्र अच्छी बॉलिंग हुई।
और आलिया ने आज कैच ड्रॉप किए, पर आपका तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त डाइविंग कैच पड़ा, तो कुछ ट्रीट खिलानी पड़ेगी।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल खिलाऊंगी आलिया को, आलिया अक्सर ऐसे मेरे कैचेस करती है।
चलें जी, वेरी वेल डन एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, Sana. They needed everything to go right in this run chase, and it certainly did not, Marina.
Starting off by Muniba, got her, trapped her right in front of the stumps. That was the first one to go to runs when they managed to get some, but this, another big blow, run out, clean, flat throw. Anam Amin was brilliant. Iram yet again trying to dominate her, going for that inside out shot. This one thought that it had come straight out of the middle, but never. Wickets kept on falling, and that was the downfall for Superwomen on this occasion, with the catch this time straight to Ghulam Fatma. They never managed to gain any momentum whatsoever. Hani was the next one, taking on Fatma Sana. And then some catching practice for Alia. Some brilliant catches. We've seen her. She's a good fielder down in the deep. Another one of Anam Amin's bowling yet again. They managed to keep Superwoman under check.
So we've been treated to 2 excellent contests in this women's exhibition series. Match 1 on the 8th was won by the Superwomen at a canter by 8 wickets. Match 2 was a 180-degree turnaround. The Amazons piling on the runs and winning by an excellent margin of 41 runs. Tomorrow we will do it all again for the decider at 2 o'clock here in Pindi. The PSL, HBL PSL 8 continues this evening. Peshawar Zalmi and Multan Sultans trying to make sure that they are in qualification spots. It's a big game, match 27 coming up. First ball from 7 o'clock here from Pindi Cricket Stadium. Promises to be yet another cracker, and the bowlers, well, they're going to need to have a good sense of humour about them if this surface is anything to go by. Crowd starting to build here for that contest between Zalmi and Multan Sultans this evening. And the kids and families coming in post-school. And what is another beautiful evening, the clean, crisp air here in Pindi. But earlier, you'll have, if you missed this, then get a good look at it now, as Danni Wyatt got the Amazons off to a flying start. In fact, from the very first ball, she found the middle of the bat and was able to find the boundary at will. Has 2 T20 centuries to her name, and looked for all the world as though she was going to make it a 3rd today. Unselfishly hold out at long on in the search for quick runs at the back end of the innings. It was a stunning stuff from Danni Wyatt. And this Women's Exhibition League is already proving to be more than worthwhile exercise in terms of raising awareness of the women's game and getting people excited about watching the women and girls play. Hopefully we'll see some stars of the future who will have watched some of their heroes play for the first time here in Pindi. All right, let's head downstairs to Arooj. Who do you have?
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation. The series is now level 1-1 because the Amazons have turned around and delivered a performance, and they won by 41 runs. Now, firstly, let me introduce the presentation party this afternoon. Ms. Naila Bhatti, League Commissioner, Pakistan Super League. Mr. John Edward, Chief Consultant, FNA Global. Now, first award this afternoon, Ms. Naila Bhatti will present the Player of the Match trophy to Danni Wyatt. 97 with the bat. One wicket with the ball, and she could not put a foot wrong this afternoon. Danny, stick around, because one more award for you. Mr. John Edward will now present the Player of the Match cash award of 2,70,000 to Danny White again. It's for the 97 runs, 45 deliveries, 17 fours, 3 sixes, struck at 215. Now we can have a chat. What did you and Bisma eat this morning?
I had boiled eggs on toast with some porridge and a chai. I love my chai.
Fantastic. Whoever made that, well done. Danny, what a turnaround. You guys come out, defeated convincingly in the first game and to put 204 on the board.
Yeah, I said that 180 to 200 is par on this flat track. And we had to improve in the field and with the ball, and we did that today. So all set for the decider tomorrow.
Well, in terms of the surface, was it a case of the surface coming on really nicely, because it looked like you could almost play through the line?
Yeah, it's really flat. There's no spin, not much movement. So it's just a matter of backing myself and hitting my strengths. And well supported by Bisma as well. I thought she batted really well. And Tammy came in as well. So a lot of positives to take into tomorrow's decider.
Well, you say no spin on the surface, yet you managed 4 overs, 17 runs and a wicket.
Yeah, around the wicket, just bowled darts. But yeah, really happy to bowl a few overs. And yeah, nice to get a wicket.
Well, it was great seeing you bat, and in 24 hours, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you very much. Next up, can I please have the Super Women's captain, Nida Dar, to have a few words. Well, on the receiving end this afternoon, Nida, आपके ख्याल में बैटिंग में 204 जब बोर्ड पर लगे थे, बॉलिंग में कहाँ गलती हुई?
मेरा ख्याल है कि हमने स्टार्ट उसका अच्छा नहीं लिया जैसा पहले हमने लिया था। विकेट्स हमने एक जल्दी ले ली थी, लेकिन उसके बाद हम विकेट्स लेने में कामयाब नहीं हुआ है कि थोड़ा सा ऑफलाइन थे हम लोग। अगर हम अपनी लेंथ थोड़ी बेहतर कर लेते, लाइंस थोड़ी बेहतर होती और फील्डिंग भी अगर थोड़ा सा हेल्प करती, तो आई गेस ये थोड़ा टोटल हम कम होता है।
सर्फेस की बात हो रही कि अच्छा विकेट था, लग रहा था कि 200 पे 200 चेस हो सकता है। बैटिंग में कहाँ गलती हुई? हालांकि लॉरेन विनफील्ड ने बहुत ही शानदार इनिंग्स खेली।
आई गेस चमारी अतबतू का रन आउट था, मेरा ख्याल है उस टाइम वो अगर थोड़ा लंबा खेलती वहाँ पे तो शायद स्कोर बन जाते, लेकिन लॉरेन ने बहुत अच्छा खेला। काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को मिल रहा है इन लोगों से, और आई गेस ये इंटेंट हमें ज़रूरी है कि हम लोग भी इस तरह सीखें। और अच्छा विकेट था, हमें पता था 200 रन बने हैं, हम भी यहाँ पे चेस कर सकते हैं। और नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए हम तैयार हैं और बड़ा ज़बरदस्त फाइनल होगा, एक्साइटेड हैं। और हम चाहते भी ये थे कि इस तरह के मैचेस हों, सब लोगों को पता चले कि हमारी पोटेंशियल क्या है, हमारी टीम्स की क्या पोटेंशियल है। तो इंशाल्लाह ताला अगले मैच के लिए तैयार हैं और सब फाइनल के लिए भी दुआ करेंगे, ये वो भी बहुत ज़बरदस्त हो। और अगर हम लोग 200 कर सकते हैं तो यहाँ पे लड़के तो 300 कर सकते हैं।
चलें, हम भी बहुत एक्साइटेड और तैयार हैं अगले मैच के लिए। गुड लक फॉर द नेक्स्ट वन।
थैंक यू।
Right, next up, the skipper on the winning side this afternoon for the Amazons, it's Bisma Maroof. Bisma, everything went your way today. You won the toss. कल आपने कहा 150 होना चाहिए था, आज 204 लगा दिया।
हाँ जी, बड़ी अच्छी पार्टनरशिप रही डैनी वाइट के साथ। हमें ख्याल से उसके मैं शुरू में अपना टाइम लिया, लेकिन उसकी वजह से मुझे जो मारती जाती थी मुझे नेक्स्ट लेट इतना जल्दी करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी, मैंने अपना टाइम लिया। मेरे ख्याल से वही मोमेंटम था हम लोग की तरफ, और फिर हमने फिनिश बहुत अच्छा कर लिया।
बॉलिंग करने के लिए अगेन सेम सवाल जो निदा से किया था कि विकेट ऐसा था कि विकेट लेना ज़रूरी थी, कितना इंपॉर्टेंट था कि बॉलर्स का आज उस तरह का स्किल को एग्जीक्यूट करना?
हाँ, बॉलिंग में हम लोग हर वक्त अंडर प्रेशर थे, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से क्रूशल टाइम में हमने बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग की। और मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरह की उनकी तरफ से विनफील्ड में बैटिंग इट वॉज आउटस्टैंडिंग, जिस तरह की इनकी पार्टनरशिप थी, थोड़ा सा लगता था कि उनकी तरफ मैच जा रहा है, पर मेरे ख्याल से बॉलर्स ने बहुत अच्छा अपने नर्व्स को कंट्रोल किया।
Right, Bisma, well played yourself and Danny. Good match for you and a good win. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank
you.
Good
luck for
thank
that.
you.
Well, Bisma Maroof talking about a good all-round performance with the bat and the ball. Good lines bowled, and especially with been her and Danny White. Once they had the runs on the board, they were fairly confident. And that's all we have from the presentation.
Thanks, Aruj. The Amazons winning by 41 runs, then setting up a decider between the Amazons and Super Women tomorrow here in Pindi at 2 o'clock. It's been a terrific day's entertainment. Please stay with us tomorrow, and don't forget to stay with us this evening as well, because in a short while we'll have all the build-up for you for Zalmi taking on Multan Sultans in HBL PSL 8. Thanks for watching.
Lip 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Or maybe we're just speaking low.